is the final day of South Korea LCQ, where we will send one more Korean team to the Montreal Major. We have 3 teams left. We've got PSG Talon, FearX, and Weebl. But only us can actually snatch the major ticket. My name is Anne. I will be your host for today, and joining me alongside on the disc for the casting as well as the analyst work, we have Ollie and Demo. Now, guys, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys and hearing you guys on the cast once again. But I'm also excited to hear, are we looking forward to sending yet another team to the Montreal Major? We'll wait for bringing the guys in. That is all good. But as we said, we will be here today for 3 games in total. We got 1 best of 1 and we have 2 best of 3. We have an upper bracket grand final to be played out to see which of these teams will immediately move on to the grand final, and the loser of that potentially has a very long day ahead of themselves because they might have to play up to 7 maps. But guys, it is good to see you. Good morning. Are we looking forward to sending in another team to the Montreal Major?
Finally, it feels like the LCQ has been going on forever at this point, Anne. And we are upon the day we finally get to send another team over toward the Montreal Major. And to be honest with you, I know who it should be, but I don't know who it's going to be.
I agree. Well, I agree and partially agree. I know who it should be and I know who it's going to be. So I'll double down on that one.
All right, so I guess we just end it here. That's that's it. I mean, if you guys say you might know who it will be, we have a look at our bracket here because we have that upper bracket final. As we said, it'll just be rolling in. Weebl versus FearX. Winner directly moves on to the grand final. Lose, you have to play against PSG Talon in that lower bracket final. The best of 3 game there, and then a best of 3 for the grand final as well. But guys, since you were so convinced that you think you know what team is going to go through, what team do you think will actually go all the way here and snatch the major ticket?
Well, the team that should win, Anne, is of course PSG Talon.
Yeah.
Now, but we can't take that for granted, can we? This is career after all, and we've seen some expected results throughout the stage. We've seen some unexpected results throughout the stage. I will always draw back to Weebl beating PSG Talon 7-3, forcing them into the lower bracket. Since getting into the lower bracket, however, Talon have looked good. They got a 2-0 win against Douglas and a 2-0 win against Mere Gaming. However, there is a chance that they meet Weebl again in the final. Equally, there is a chance that they meet FearX again in the final. And we all know that FearX can be a very competitive team within this region. And when the pressure starts to mount, so much so to the point of this is the game for the spot, it might be down to the round for the spot. It could be a single play for the spot in the major at Montreal. That's when the pressure really starts to test these teams.
I think for PSG, they got a lot of momentum yesterday. I think that's the main thing for this side. They look hot. You look at their game yesterday against Mere Gaming, Border shouldn't have won, but they did. I think that's, I don't know if it's a measure to how much PSG have that kind of never say die attitude, or was it the case of Mere Gaming bottling their nerves again? Probably Mere Gaming bottling their nerves. Yeah, quite a big thing for PSG is getting into 6 Invitational. I mentioned it on cast beforehand about the fact that you have Bleed, who we see previously at a major, not making the major this time, so they will remain on their points that they have, which I believe is 300 points. You then also have Gaming Gladiators, a team which we've seen at the Manchester Major, not making the major this stage, again on 300 points. PSG Talon currently sit with 300 points, so they're also joined with Bleed and with Gaming Gladiators. But because of the performances from Bleed and from Gaming Gladiators, they actually sit above PSG Talon. So even though they're joint 10th, they're at the bottom end of those 3. So if they don't make the major, those teams are going to sit above them. There's going to be other teams over jumping them, and they're just not going to be able to get it because there's only 16 spots. It's limited. You've already got 6 teams in. You've got teams like VP still. You've got Sonics there as well. You know, those 2 teams are hoping to make a deep run inside this major. They could get more points. They could overtake PSG Talon. This is the worry. If they're not there, they are leaving the door wide open for other teams to walk in and take the spots off them.
I think you explained it perfectly there. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, PSG, if they do qualify here, they will get more points at the major. It's a very good chance that they will actually make it to SI as well. But if they don't, then it's fully out of their hands. And that is the least favorable position to be in, because you have the points that you have, but there's teams underneath you, like you said, that will go to the major and that will make that really deep run potentially in the major. And you're going to sit there hoping they don't do well and that they don't overtake you in the point standing. But that's never a good position to be in. So PSG have it all to play for, but they get to sit out the first game. They don't have to go into that, because that, as we said, is our upper bracket final. We have Weebl, we got FearX. Both of these, of course, want to make it directly into the grand final, because if you don't, you might have to play 7 maps in total today. With the stakes being that high, there is a lot of pressure on your shoulders. Now, these two teams didn't meet each other in the playoffs bracket, so this recent matchup goes all the way back to the first day of group stage, and there we saw FearX beating Weebl 7-1 on Lair. Now, I think Weebl, given the information we just gave y'all, is definitely going into this match as the underdog. Their stage did not go as well as stage 1, but they keep themselves in the running.
Yeah, Weebl, that team that are here off a hope and a dream. They beat PSG Talon, and you know, is it going to be a case that they dine out on that victory forever, or have they got a little bit more to show us as a roster? I think individually we can see and remember some fantastic players on this roster. We've got somebody like Naps, who can do a brilliant job playing, you know, he typically plays a lot of the hard support stuff, to be honest with you, but can be very flashy when he does so. I think back to a couple of really nice plays that he had on Mirror with a few C4s, really getting out there with the Vector. Someone like Cupadeo, he had a couple of good moments in the sun as well. Inno, a couple of really big important kills. So they've got the makings of, you know, that sort of well-rounded team. And it really does beg the question, is it going to be a case that they dine out on that PSG Talon win for a long time, maybe even dangerously forever, or have they got more to show us? Was that just the start of something here? Because let's be honest, in the regular stage, I don't really think they lit us up too much.
Yeah, I agree. Obviously the stage is one thing, but it does feel like quite some time since we were just sat here doing the 4 best of ones. So I don't know if you have those kind of 2-3 weeks to really change stuff around, and you know, is it really the same team? Have they maybe evolved? That's probably the question you would have to have. So I think honestly we're kind of past how they played in the stage, because I think playoffs is just a completely different breed in its own right.
It's going to be really difficult for these teams to make it through. Of course, we look at the recent history between these teams. To go further back in history, Weebl haven't made it to a major yet. On the other hand, FearX have made it to majors. They've actually made it to the most recent major as well. So they are looking to make it to a back-to-back major, also for them to keep their SI hopes and dreams alive. Well, for FearX, we saw them finish second this stage. They got the bye going into playoffs, but I think it's safe to say that that did not help them at all. They lost a D+ 0-2. They're probably here for their revenge, like we said, look at it to make it back to the major. But I think the one thing that we have to keep talking about for FearX is that they had this kind of idea going into the stage with a certain roster and a roster move, but that still hasn't happened, and they're still not playing with their ideal roster as they imagined at the beginning of the stage.
Yeah, as you mentioned there, Jax is still not on the roster. We actually could see him in the player cams, I think earlier this week maybe. It's all sort of blended into one at the moment, but we've definitely seen him there behind the team and in and around the team. So obviously he's nearly playing with them, but just not quite yet for whatever reason. So they are still going to be running with the same roster that they ran with throughout the course of the stage. Now, obviously, there's an argument to say, you know, would it be better to bring Jax in? Is it better to complete this stage and then start to build afresh? I think it's a very difficult situation to be in, and obviously there's probably more things going on than just somebody's physical location. I'm sure if he could play that he would, but we will be running with the usual gang, and it's the gang that you've come to know and enjoy watching. You know, they've had a reasonable showing in the stage. They didn't finish, you know, right up at the top of the tree like your likes of PSG. However, they came out there, they came into the playoffs, and so far they've done a really good job. they're there in the shortest amount of space possible. You know, these are the teams that we saw play way back on the 9th, so 2 days ago now. And you think they've just been sort of sat at home just watching these games unfold and slowly but surely preparing. They've known who their opponent is going to be for a long time now.
Yeah, I think that's going to be good prep work as well for FearX. The coaching staff that they have, look, they have a Brazilian coaching staff, which it's always terrifying, Ollie, whenever we mention, oh, there's a bit of Brazilian magic in a side. And certainly we've seen that from D+. You know, they had the Brazilian coach come in and they were able to get, you know, the first spot. And I think that Brazilian style was you know, a big weakness for quite a lot of teams inside of this league. So I think certainly if FearX go down that same avenue where they're just going to play their siege, I think Weebl may have a tough time today.
Potentially. And we're having our maps or map veto roll in as well, and just feels a bit silly after having these for the whole day yesterday. We now go back to the best of 1 scenario, but that map we will select for the best of here is a skyscraper. How are we feeling about that one?
A little bit of sky. We love a little bit of skyscraper, Anne. I think it's probably going to be a map where we see the usual sort of trials and tribulations for teams. Sky's been quite a popular map in and amongst the playoffs as well. I didn't say quarterfinals then. So I think, you know, it's one of those maps that gets brought out when teams are feeling particularly confident. We know that FearX are a decent team on the attack and they have a lot of capability to do so. So maybe, just maybe, they can show us something here today. It isn't a map that they have, you know, got a sort of high preference for. It's middle preference over for FearX. So we'll have to see what happens when we jump in.
We'll have to see who can directly qualify to the grand final and make their run to the major a lot easier, and who has to go up against PSG Talon. Well, neither of these teams really want to do that. Predictions really leading in the favor of FearX, but can they be successful in Skyscraper? We'll find out.
Thank you very much, Anne. We're going to head over to Skyscraper right now. Kicking off the day with a nice little best of 1 before we get into back-to-back best of 3s. It does seem like a strange format demo, doesn't it? But it makes a lot of sense. I just feel like this game could have been played a couple of days ago.
Yeah,
well, I guess it gives them the break.
All the top ones are best of 1, isn't it? You know, all the top ones are fairly quick, so I think that's why you can kind of fit it in here today. You know, it's not as though we're dealing with the triple best of 3s and we have to bring in an Australian who you just can't seem to work with. And I actually had a really good day with James yesterday. Did
he behave himself?
He did, and I don't know if you call it the Mere Gaming versus PSG game on Border yesterday. My God, best game of the stage. Wasn't even cast for you.
Oh, well, I'm really glad that you had a nice time.
I did.
Was that the first map or the second map?
Second map.
Yeah, I watched part of the pre-show.
Total bottle job. Total bottle job. That's all I'll say.
And then I had to go.
Yeah, that's the one. Skyscraper mentioned before. Not really a map that we've seen from FearX. Again, they've banned it sometimes, but most of the time they've allowed it to get through. Actually, in the third place game that we covered, Ollie, between Mere Gaming and FearX, it was going to be the decider, but we never seen it. So I think FearX haven't really had the chance to stretch their legs on this map, but they get the opportunity here today. FearX for the defense, it should favor them. You look at the bans as well. You've got the Arrow Nation, which we know can be pretty devastating at times. Some teams do struggle just with simply opening a wall, and you know, Weebl, they've shown us, Ollie, that they could be one of those teams which do struggle with the basics.
Yeah, the fundamentals not always being nailed on. Ying, Clash, Nickade, Monty for the bans. Clash, something that FearX have been more than happy to bring in a counter and a bit of a response to shield play that is so prevalent in this current meta. The Bandit is going to be brought there. Of course, it has a little bit less impact over on this site. Inside of T and Geisha, you are expected to get walls open. It's more when you look toward that office side that you're going to see electrification becoming a really big problem. There are no secondary EMPs, though. And interestingly, no book to go below, so they are going to have to clear out that Bandit The clear for the meantime is going to start through Sword's window. Naps, a player that I highlighted inside of the pre-show as someone to watch. Just having a bit of trouble here. Is he going to be able to get a cluster charge through?
I don't think that'll reach.
Sometimes you can get the angle, but... Oh, he is going to find the angle.
Okay.
Now, it does still have to destroy the mute jammer. Well,
there we go.
Good RNG on the little pucks there on the cluster charges.
Yeah, double shields. Obviously, one thing we have to highlight. You got Naps on his blitz, who impressed us a lot whenever he was up against PSG. And Kubadeo on the fuse shield. So we'll see if the double shields pay off for them. At the moment, most of the focus from Weebl seems to be towards that black stair. So a pretty atypical push you would go for whenever we're dealing with shields. If you can get that blitz over towards the back stairs, which has actually happened right now. The blitz is already towards the top of the stairs. But for FearX, this should be a fairly obvious push in terms of what's coming in. This is something that shouldn't really surprise you. So as long as they have the smoke in position to stop them going for that kind of, you know, all-in maneuver, it should be fine.
We're going to see the first kill come in. It's going to be on to Zad. The plant will start to go down, though. There's a pocket of safety for Moon to operate in here.
Oh, he's getting smoked.
And he's going to nail it to the floor. Just about got it down, but the post is horrible. And look at Nova and Ren go. Good boy with the cleanup.
Flawless retake. Wow.
FearX didn't lose a body. Incredibly well played.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I don't think I've seen the plank go down.
5v5
4 versus 5. Well, it was 4 versus 5. There was a C4, wasn't there, that started everything?
Oh, yeah, there was. Yeah. And not a single defender losing their life. I mean, that's amazing. That's a new one. Yeah. Weebl just... The util just came out, the smokes, nailed the smoke. Yes, the ace was able to get the diffuser down, but they still got the kill. They still cleared that guy away from that. The guy on the window, hopeless. What's he supposed to do with that plant position? He can't do anything. So, yeah, you could obviously... FearX, they knew exactly what they were coming up against, didn't they? You know, yeah, we'll just give them black stairs. We can retake. We've got the util for it. That push is just coming from one direction. No backstabs, no pressure at all applied from any other direction. So it was really easy for FearX just to take those engagements. So yeah, first round goes in their favor quite convincingly as well. And now we head over to our next bomb site, which is going to be our office.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Oh, it's early, isn't it, today? My word. It is early. 7 a.m. for us.
It's
the earliest I think we've ever worked.
No.
Definitely. When have we ever had an earlier day than today? Never.
There's got to be one.
Never.
Not some weird time zone thing that would have meant that it was early here or something.
Nope. This is the earliest we've ever worked.
Well. Weebl. Going for something a bit more traditional this time. They've got triple hard breach. Now, the question I would ask is, do you need triple hard breach here? Or are you just leaving a little bit too much on the table? Oh dear. Oh. Well, you've no longer got triple hard breach. Kubadeo, he's fallen. So maybe the point is null and void. But the sentiment still stands, is that if you bring 3 hard breaches, you are lacking bees, you are lacking capital, you are lacking so many things.
Not a misdrone.
Only not a misdrone. Like good boy has been misdroned. It looks like they could be lacking information.
No, they know he's there.
No, they know exactly where he is. Moon. A brilliant bait. Sometimes a little bait that you've misdroned can be as effective as on the other side of things, misdrone itself. 2 kills now for Weebl on this approach. And they're not doing too bad time-wise either. But again, I come back to the hard breach angle. Yeah, great, you've got loads of hard breach. But how are you going to really take into Dragon right now? You've got a Dokkaebi, and you've got a nade and some flashes. You know that isn't the best utility available.
Yeah, and also don't forget the Dokkaebi's hacked the phones. So she is in the system. That BP, the site cameras, you You know, house stairs, for example. Oh, what a shot from Nova. It's going to be up for them. Oh, Nova could have had another one there, and he does. He goes for the double dip. Gets the down. There's a Finka, though. Finka could stim him back up. We actually see that gadget put in a bit of work. We usually don't see the Finka be brought all too often, apart from the rush strategies. But there we have it. The revive from across the map. Naps is back up, albeit he is on 30 HP, but still it's better than 0.
Also better than 20. Toxic Babe's going to get sent out, trying to stem any flow in through Terrace, but as we can see with the outlines, everything is going on in the drum side. Now, time is going to be a bit of a factor right now. Naps can try and push himself in through the top of VIP. We've got Moon.
Great shot.
Having a wonderful round right now. Able to pick out Nova. And grabs the final kill as well. Little trade coming in. Brilliant round from Moon on the Finka. And a very good clear from Weebl. Really successful on that early roam clear as well. 2 quick kills. You know, if Cupadeo hadn't just given himself up to Good Boy, that would have been a very clean attack. It was clean anyway.
Obviously, for FearX, it's a bit of a question in terms of what's really going down kind of in that middle part. FearX are a team that I feel can stabilize you very quickly. If they have like a bad start, they can somehow turn it around. And I think Nova almost did that. I think it was quite unlucky there's actually a Finka. You know, how many times do we actually see that stim pay off to where it's going to get a revive from across the map? Doesn't happen every day. So I think they're quite unfortunate in that regard, that they've just been beaten by the odd Finka that's been chosen by Moon. Because you think about it, if that guy's down outside, nobody is anywhere near him.
Yeah.
They're not going to go for the rotate all the way across to pick him up because they simply didn't have the time to do so. So then it would have been into a 2 versus 2. And you know, that's very easily played then from the defense.
Attacker's objective is to defuse.
Yeah, maybe it does turn out a little bit differently. But it was there and it was used. And Weebl, they've picked him around. More importantly, they've picked him around on a primary site as well. Think about Skyscraper in the win condition. Typically a couple of attacking rounds, and especially if you can break one of the primary sites, assuming you're going to be successful down in a tertiary, can be in very good positions there to do well on the map as a whole. So first job is going to be that roam clear again, and it's a slightly different approach this time. There is going to be a castle out there which is just going to be providing a little bit of safety. And with a lot of these lower angles opened up with the shotgun, it can be very difficult to just push in as an attacker because all your little feetsies are going to be out in the cold and you don't want them to get shot.
So a bit more of a safety kind of setup here from FearX is obviously the castle, trying to accompany that bandit trick on that single wall, which has actually been dealt with. There's a little trick that you can do, Ollie, where if you open up the single wall, which outside on the balcony, which you can see Inno's done, the thermite charge will actually extend its blast radius over to the reinforced wall, therefore creating this pocket of an opening. So there you have it. Something's worked.
Now the drone can work through. They know that Nova's likely going to be in the same position as last time. He was very successful from there. There's also mirror windows to deal with. Now the Ash does still have full utility, so provided that there are no WAMI magnets, should be able to deal with them. Stun's coming in, and that should tell us that there's no magnet currently there, but it is Good Boy behind, and you can see the magnets now stacked up. He's come out of ADS and given us the view. There's a couple there stacked right up, so that mirror window could be quite safe. Pocket reinforcement now used as well, but Inno, he's able to find one through the soft. Demic, he's going to fall. Still calling for this mirror window to be dealt with, but Inno might not even need the mirror window to be dealt with. Seeing so much success, and what a shot from Zad! Good Boy was holding that, trying to keep an eye on the angle. And Zad's threaded the needle. Nova shuts him down, sends his Toxic Babe canisters out, but there's 25 seconds here, and it's 1 versus 4. He has the shotgun, but the plant is going down, and he's entirely pinned right now. Weebl doing a wonderful job there of just keeping him pinned in location, not pushing for the kill, getting the plant down. What a round. A lot of that happening from terrace window as well, Demo.
Yeah, I feel as though FearX, a lot of the kills that they gave up were probably avoidable. I'll be real with you. And I think FearX probably realized that they're giving away some pretty unnecessary deaths. One thing I've noticed about Weebl that FearX could expose is, where's your Goyo at? A lot of time. Time is playing a big part at the moment for Weebl. They're taking, you know, a decent amount just to get themselves in, clear things away. That Goyo as that last line of defense could be vital for them. So I'm surprised that FearX aren't going down that avenue. Like, they're obviously kind of going with a smoke, but the smoke, the advantages and disadvantages of both, you know, Goyo and smoke, similar operators because they play similar role. It's there to waste time. So the advantage of smoke is, one, it's not a gadget that can just be twitched or you have to place in a certain area. This can just be tossed out at any moment by the smoke, can stack up all three to one area if he wants to. The advantage of the Goyo is, one, it's going to be able to burn quite a lot more time per canister. And two, you can spread those canisters out because he has 4. So you get a lot more kind of value for your money. I think in terms of disadvantages to positives, it's just reverse flip for both of them. You know, smoke, it's up to him. You know, he just can't place it and forget about it. He has to be in the right place at the right time. Obviously, Goyo, equipment could just be destroyed quite easily. So that's kind of what you're looking at with both of those operators. I understand why you want the smoke, because smoke brings a little bit more in terms of site setup, shotgun, better kit as well, all that jazz. But I just think the Goyo on Skyscraper, whenever you're dealing with primarily 2 doors into bomb sites,
yeah,
like you take this bomb site, for example, you put one at the top of main stairs, one towards T-door. That's really the only way teams can get in from that side of the map. It just locks it out for 40 seconds. And I've done all that ranting, and look what appears.
I mean, one thing I will say is you probably need to shorten it down so that you can do it in a tactical timeout. Because you've only got 45 seconds when you become a coach.
Oh, I just say, boys, bring the Goyo, don't be idiots. That'll be me.
Ooh, C4 sent out. Does a bit of damage, to Naps. The Finker. Gonna stim him right back up. Big focus on this clear from office side at the minute. But potentially a bit of a rotation. As there are players now working below, maybe trying to find a catch if anyone rotates down house. Or is lingering, but it was a bathroom that you should have been worried about. Rin. Like a shadow. Comes out of nowhere. Oh dear, Naps. He's going to get pinned in a minute.
Chasing the shadow. He's not Peter Pan, is he? Can't be doing that. So not a good start for Weebl. You've lost the Ash. It actually would have been quite helpful to maybe try and get some of the utility, such as the BPs, for example. The nade will be used, though, to do the job for it. Ideally, you probably would have wanted those nades to burn away the Goyo canisters. Now you don't really have that unless you can get Zad rotated over into the correct position.
Naps trying to gather a little bit of info here, and it's going to go for a mad dash and try and make a play off the back of the bees. Knows that someone's just on the other side of that drum, and it's going to be Mephi. He's retreating a bit further over toward main stairs. Pocket bandits can now be used by Rin. There's only secondary heart breach gadgetry available, so getting that wall open isn't going to be the easiest thing. The bees now sent through. Zad finds a bit of success. Shuts the main stair player down, but Good Boy is there immediately with a response. He can replace Mephi on those main stairs. Naps is doing laps of the map right now.
Oh, could be a Goo Mine. Yeah, there is. That's the issue. If he jumps in, Goo Mine goes off. Blitz can be neutralized. Has to take the time to get out of his foot. He can't charge them down the way Blitz would like to. That just buys Nova an extra few seconds. We'll get spotted out, and Weebl are just trying to fight for the kills, but FearX are playing so passive right now, Ollie. Just falling back, supporting one another. And Naps, who we've really just been watching the entire round, Ollie, has done absolutely nothing. And Inno, in the 1v4, that's a bit of help there. It was a TK. Rin shits down his own teammate. But, you know, does go down. So FearX, the timeout has worked. But Weebl, just a lot of panicking, wasn't it? It was like a headless chicken.
Yeah, you could see that they were just really trying to make anything happen. Naps was sprinting here, there, and everywhere. Started off on Sword's window, ended up downstairs, then over to Geisha. He was doing laps.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I think that's the credit to FearX's defense, right? Because the door was just shut every single way that they turned.
Covered the location of a bomb.
And FearX did a really good job of not over-aggressing. It wasn't the same issues with over-swinging and over-peaking that we saw a couple of rounds ago on the office site, where they essentially just gave loads of kills away from behind a mirror window. So much better there from FearX, the timeout paying dividends. The Goyo, interestingly, Demo, I know it's not that site that we were really calling for the Goyo on, but it didn't really have that much of an impact, all things told, in the end. It was mainly due to the mentality shift and the fact that they were just playing a lot more passively.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could see that they just didn't want to give away needless death, didn't they? But Jeff thinks that the right way to go about things. Skyscraper, we know, a notoriously difficult map for the attackers. So a 4-2 is really what FearX need to have. I mean, Weebl, I think, have done a good job of getting the 2 rounds, because that's kind of what's expected of them. So anything that Weebl get here, you know, in the next 2 rounds, if they get another round, it's a bonus, you know, and quite a big one at that. So they'll be fairly happy with their performance. FearX, though, need to be able to pick up these next 2 defenses, or else they will be in for a world of trouble. We head to our tertiary bomb site. Into the kitchen is where we go. And this blitz has been a perma pickup, it feels like, for Weebl a lot of the time. Just helps with that roam clear, doesn't it? Being able to push these defenders away. But as we know with FearX, they're well aware of the blitz, and they're just going to try and double up, play together, not give him those individual 1v1s, which is where Blitz excels in, the best operator in the game, in my opinion, for that. Also, I wonder if the Ela has been brought specifically just for the blitz, and I would probably say so, Ollie, based on the fact that Rin has 2 Grismots in his pocket. He's going to keep those, waiting for the blitz to run at him, toss them out, get the stun effect, and an easy kill.
Certainly one way of going about it, isn't it? There's a bit of info available.
Echo, you could say.
Yeah. Ooh, that C4 is going to be successful there. Cooper Deo. Not having the best game so far.
Honestly,
Naps
it's
as well. I mean, you know, a couple of players that we highlighted and
activating Selma.
Not doing too hot at the moment.
That was like you've opened up the newspaper and you've seen your own funeral in it, wasn't it? It's like, wait, hang on a minute.
Your own missing person report.
That's it. Oh boy. Trades again. But I mean, Ollie, losing that blitz, you just think, okay, where is the push going to come from now?
Yeah. Yeah, because the initial intention is just dead and buried, really. You know, another really good kill from outside to in, just punishing some of that over-aggression. Was Rin that time. It doesn't leave his team too bad, though. Still 3 versus 2. The shotgun there at close, well, medium range, I guess. And Good Boy eventually going to come in and deal the finishing blow. Like a pretty foregone range for the shotgun, that, but turns out it wasn't. And yeah, Good Boy just going to sit and camp that diffuser. Oh, he even had the FNAT going on it as well.
Yeah.
All the info we needed.
Into a fender ain't fun. So not only are you concussed, you also can't see.
Surely that makes it better, doesn't it?
What?
Well, if you can't see, then there's no, like, screen shake, you know?
I mean, the only thing that he could do there was speak. He can't see, and he can't hear. You know, we're missing the other monkey, aren't we?
What about smell? Do you think he could smell?
No, there's no smelling monkeys, mate. It's see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
What do you think an FNAT smells like?
Right. Where's he from? From Sweden, isn't he? Ish.
But it's like, the thing is, I think it looks as toxic, if not more toxic, than a smoke canister.
What does the smoke canister smell like?
I don't think anyone knows, because I think if you smell it, you die.
I mean, people always ask what's in the canister.
And the response is that you can't tell you.
No.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It's just food for thought, isn't it?
Who's outside? Nova. Bit of barbed wire.
I don't think we think about smell enough in Siege.
Well, it's actually not a sense that I believe video games has really hit as of yet. Or taste. What, you know, what does it taste like?
Yeah. Well, I mean, smell and taste are very heavily linked, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Quite often, if you can't smell something, you can't taste it very well.
Yeah, you know, what does a Maverick blowtorch taste like?
Hot.
You think?
But it'd be... I mean, the blowtorch you can imagine, because, you know, you would have smelled a blowtorch at some point, right?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Like a burner or even just a small one. It's just going to be like an amplified version of that. Here we go. We've got the Maverick. I can smell it.
That'd be great, wouldn't it? Oh, I can smell the Maverick. I can smell him. Somebody smells that drone.
I guess the only scent operator we do have is going to be Jackal.
No. No. He spots the feet. Doesn't smell them. Again, similar setup to what we had the last time for FearX, but you see the difference of this time, Ollie. They're not giving away those needless kills. They're playing a lot more passive on site. They're just going to set up the utility, just waste as much time as they can, burn through, you know, any, bits of equipment. They've already used all the Selmas. You've got the X-Kairos has gone as well. Ration charge been used. So just slowly but surely picking away that util. But look at the timer, a minute left. Weebl were really hoping that there'd be some kills in their favor right now, but it's just not the case.
It's a very different pace round to everything else that we've seen to this point, isn't it? It's 5 versus 5, 50 seconds left. And Weebl have moved almost excruciatingly slowly on this approach. Rin, you'll find the first. That's the Ash down. If those mirror windows haven't been dealt with, then it's going to be a bit more difficult now. Zad does find a response, but Rin isn't finished. 2 on the round and a direct trade onto Zad. And it's almost advantageous for the defenders at this point. They have a man advantage, and Mephi can sit and watch his cameras and call out any info that is available on them. Breach is scuffed. Toxic Babe canisters blocking the way. Good Boy with 2 and Nova to clean up. Around the... I mean, for Weebl, it just never got started, did it?
Look at the difference. You know, FearX, they know that Slow and Steady is going to win the race against this side. Weebl taking a long time to really get things moving. So credit to FearX, that timeout obviously worked because they've won the past 3 rounds in a row now. I still think this is a fairly standard half, what we expect to see FearX for 4 rounds in their defense, Weebl with 2. So we could be headed for OT just based on that assumption. But you never know. You never know what's going to happen in Skyscraper. Obviously, FearX are a side that we know can play Skyscraper. Do you hope that their attacks are going to be fairly clean for themselves? You look at the lineup, maybe not what we would be expecting. You know, Blitz, for example, has been a big thing that FearX have liked to bring in to their lineup, but not being shown here at the moment. We still have a few operators, like you've got the Glads coming in, you've got an Ossa as well. So this automatically always screams to me, it's just going to be a top black take. You put the Ossa shield towards the door at top black, that looks down the main corridor, flood the corridor with smokes, Glads moves in, and just start picking apart defenders. Somebody then also maybe tries to go in for the defuse. That's the kind of gist that we have with it.
Good Boy. Fully up on the rappel and then fully down again. Going to be rocking the shotgun on the Deimos. That doesn't tell you that he's going to be going and playing a bit of vert, then I don't know what does. Looking to get a couple of tracks and then try and make good on that information from the death mark. Initial pressure is going to be in through Geisha. That wall just opened and is going to force defenders to think twice before rotating freely in that zone, and also keeping an eye on it, to be fair, and stopping someone from just walking in at a later portion in the round. Couple of barricades going up there from Moon, just recognizing, well, if they've opened Geisha, maybe they aren't going to go for a full office across clear. We can barricade those walls up or doorways up, and then look to have a bit more of an audio cue whenever anyone looks to come through. Good boy's patient. He might be rewarded here. Just got a really nice angle up through the hatch.
Laz, primed and ready on that window, and it's certainly a more different approach than what we were expecting. Using the Ossa as a shield to maneuver in towards Geisha, not going to work out. Exposes too much to the body. The shield operator goes down. Still a kill in return, though, as Nova has been able to pick up one. And Rin now makes it a favorable matchup for FearX with Cupadeo going down. So 3 versus 4, a minute left. You don't have that Ossa, so you don't have that safety feature to plant behind. You still have a Glaz with a smoke. So that could still be something they could work around. And also a Deimos below. Maybe to try and go for a track, go for a floor bang. That could also be possible. No, there's no mute on the board, so it's going to be completely free for a good boy just to get the track and go for it. 45 seconds, still enough time. And Weebl, you can see, Ollie, there's just a lot of angles they need to cover now, and they're not entirely sure where FearX are coming from.
A bit of drone work from Good Boy. He recognized Zad and got the track on him and can now apply that pressure vertically. That in conjunction with Mephi trying to do a bit of work on him as well.
Yeah,
and it's going to be a brilliant pinch. Yeah. Good Boy can come up black stairs and grab the final. FearX really doing a great job of nailing down and trapping those defenders. And the thing is, that take, I'll be honest, I don't really like that take. I think you probably need to take into terrace if you're going to go for that.
What is it that Alpha would always say? That take is honking. Am I correct in saying that? I think so.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't really agree with going Geisha, where going top black is so much easier in many instances.
Yeah. Especially when they rotated top black and that's where they won the round from.
Yeah. Imagine if they just had the smoke dump, but like naturally, wasn't it? So, but
I don't think they'd taken enough of the map to take Geisha.
It seemed as though as well, though, that Weebl were just giving away picks left, right, and center. You know, I think that helped, you know, FearX is having that man advantage. But look, all credit to FearX thinking on their feet, realizing that, oh, well, we can't do that since we lost the Ossa. We have to go for something else.
Defenders, protect your
5-2.
being defused by attackers.
Weebl going to be going over to the office side now. Don't want to let too many of these rounds slip. They did well getting a couple of attacking rounds, but it's almost useless unless you can pick up those defensive rounds as well. This time going for a bit more of a lockout. They're going to be bringing a Bandit and a Tubarão. They have the Azami and a Mirror to boot. So, should be able to play the layered defense here on Skyscraper.
10 seconds left.
Even things like this, just opening up lines of sight in those soft walls inside a T, it does slow the attackers down a little bit, just forces them back into a drone to double check things. So, whereas you can play phantom pressure on the attack, you can also play a bit of phantom pressure on the defense. Weebl going to be doing that over in that area. They're not going to want to try and hold over there for too long, but again, it speaks to this layered level of defense that you can play here on Sky.
Yeah. I actually like the pickup with the Kali here, because it kind of kills 2 with 1. So, obviously, you get it for the mirror windows. But then you can also use it to pop the bandit charges as well that will be placed in the walls. So, it covers a decent amount of ground. Cupadeo, here's the Selma go off, and we'll fire the impact out and try and replug the hole. But still, with that being open now, just puts him under that little bit of pressure, doesn't it? Because that Kiba can easily be destroyed, and gonna have to then deploy another one, and the area is so many that he can go for. So FearX will be taking the fight to these roamers. He will be sweeping in from Karaoke and Tia. See early skirmish. Actually, Cupadeo, he hits his shots, and Demic doesn't land any. So a minute gone, and we're starting to see this kind of layered defense start to be peeled away.
I like Cupadeo's commitment there. He's committing a lot of his Kiba barricades to hold in this position. There's also that extended mirror window to play with as well. We're approaching that halfway point, so it could be time to start dropping off a little bit. And Cupideo, he just looks hungry for a pick. It is going to cost him. Doesn't getting taken out from terrace window. Demic there has the cutoff. Well, this is interesting. Lovely bit of mavericking. Real messy job there on that drum wall, but it gets the job done nonetheless.
Yep. I think now for FearX, the main thing is about applying pressure to the other portions of this bomb site. So looking to open up that double wall. Obviously, site window is going to be another one to cut off the crosses, but then still having the majority of that push coming in from Dragon if you can. I'm curious to see where the Capita is going to be used, and seems as though they're just going to try and burn the guy out and force him into the corner. So the Maverick combo along with Demic watching the hole is enough. That's a great little play. Make the Mirrors just stuck in a corner and then open up that corner.
Some of that are going to be used on the soft portion of the wall just to try and get it open. Maverick line can do the rest. 4 versus 3 at the moment, but only 20 seconds left to go. And as you say, plenty of explosives. It's still very doable for Weebl. All depends on the information from FearX, and so far it looks good. Mephi finds one. Inno in with a trade, drawn for a pistol, and downed as Moon isn't successful. And Inno kind of caught out in the cold right now. He's missed his opportunity of a 1 versus 1 as the plant was going down, and now it is a 1 versus 2. Got a rough idea where both players are, but doesn't know that there's a player rotating through swords. No attempt to C4 over the top, causes the runaway. Isn't able to find the catch off the back of it, though. The mirror window providing great utility. Why wasn't that smashed? 1 versus 1. It's doable, but time's running out right now. Gets the glimpse, knows exactly where Demic is, and Demic is already soft. He's already low. You know, you've got to commit to the engagement right now. You've not got time to be dancing around. Demic, he stands firm. Ducking and weaving behind the bar. And is able to pick that kill.
Oh, a close one for FearX. Thankfully, there's actually a drone calling him out, which I think helped FearX out a lot there. Helped out Demic quite a bit. Yeah, that mirror window, Ollie, almost costing them. You know, not punching that as you've rotated out the breach. Like, you're right beside it, man. Why have you not got rid of it? Oh, what's going on? PC been kicked? What's going on? What's happened? Well, this is a bit anticlimactic. 6-2. This is where we stand. Sorry.
6-2, and yeah, Weebl have just decided to, well, you know what? The PC's dead. We're gonna have to reboot.
Maybe mate, he can help you with that fix, guys.
Well, apologies for this, everybody. This isn't what we were expecting. We've just seen a pretty good round there from FearX off the back of the previous 4 good rounds. Currently, they're 5 rounds in a row in this series. This is a best of 1. Don't forget, we are in the upper bracket for this game today. This is, of course, where we have to start off to decide who we are sending into the lower bracket, and therefore who will go up against PSG Talon next. And then, of course, our grand finals after that. But unfortunately, it looks as though Weebl have suffered a little bit of a tech bug. They're going to be getting themselves back into the lobby. Just break the momentum of the game somewhat. But you'd think that, you'd think that FearX shouldn't be too phased by this. They've been very dominant for the past couple of rounds, past 5 to be exact. We're going to hit a very short break. We're in no control as to when this lobby gets rebuilt, but as soon as it's rebuilt and the game has started, we'll be right back.
2v1 Freedom is low health though. Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1 versus 1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Freedom has that 1 extra little bit to tie him.
ouais, choc-les. Choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist.
Hello everybody, thanks so much for bearing with us during that break. I believe that the game is back up and ready. We had a small technical issue, but it looks as though everything is ready to go. We've got the team back, or the teams back into the lobby. FearX stand with only one round separating them in a grand final later on today to find out who goes to the Montreal Major. Weebl on the flip side, they've got 4 rounds to get here if they want to take it in to an overtime. Failing that demo, they'll be dropping down to the lower bracket and facing a familiar opponent in PSG Talon.
Yeah, the shark is waiting for them.
10 seconds left before insertion.
and see who has to walk the plank. But you would expect at this moment in time, it'll be Weebl down there with them as FearX.
Attackers are moving out to locate.
Just need one round out of the next 4 to do it. They've been looking good on the attack. Haven't dropped one as of yet. Weebl really struggling to come to gripes with Skyscraper, which is strange. FearX, we finally see that blitz, Ollie. We were expecting that this blitz would make an appearance at some point. We just thought it would be a little bit earlier.
Well, better late than never. It's one of those that FearX haven't really needed the blitz to find success on the attack so far, have they? They've been getting the job done just through good old-fashioned siege. Weebl on the flip side, maybe getting a little bit too ahead of themselves in some instances. Pressure is something that you've got to consider now as well. They've made it to a major before, so you're going to be expecting them to be a little bit nervous about that prospect. Cupadeo, he's going to start things off with 2 there. He's able to get away as well. I really thought he was going to get shot in the back, but Nova, maybe just a bit slow on the draw for that one.
Oh, not a good trade. You've got 1 but lost 2 in the meantime, and don't put the operators that you've lost. Your naders are off the table. Amos would have been a great operator to have this late portion of the round as well. The FearX certainly have a big battle against them. I mean, the defenders have forfeited drum control, though. They have just fallen back into sight, and now FearX, we'll see what they can get up to. They're actually rotating the blitz over and around onto the geisha window. I wonder if there's, like, maybe, I don't know, the old Capcan trap in here, which could upset them. Who knows? Nova is ready. Rims is going to join him as well. As Damick. And wait for his teammates to get themselves in. Flashes go out. Making a maneuver. Great shot. Actually, 2 kills come in. 3 kills come in from FearX. Each player picks up their own kill. And Rin cleans it up. Weebl just fall like a Jenga tower.
Everything was looking good for Weebl right there, wasn't it? And FearX just sort of said, nope, we're going to hit a couple of nice shots. Pick you off one at a time. No messing about there from FearX. The break not doing anything to dampen their momentum on Skyscraper. A 7-2 scoreline. Very convincing indeed from FearX. They confirm a spot in our grand final later on today. We've got a nice position as well. They've got a bit of a break. They've got a whole best of 3 as a break now to recompose themselves ahead of that final. Going in a very good position indeed. Anne, get yourself back in here. Let's have a chat about that game.
Yeah, we shall do. A 7-2 for FearX is a great way to put themselves in that grand final. They'll have a, well, I wouldn't say relatively easy day because they still have a best of 3 coming up, but at least they don't have to play that lower bracket. Them setting themselves up very well for the attack here, I think, with that 4-2 split on defense. Pretty good, especially if you look at the really weird defending win rate on Skyscraper here in Korea. It's like 46% or something. Very silly. So a 4-2 split, very good for them. And I know how you two said you didn't really like their first attack. I sort of liked it with the pinch on the Black Stairs and using a Deimos. I thought it worked out very well for them. And we also saw Good Boy and Rin just having one hell of a game. Unfortunately, the rehost did not do anything for Weebl there because that was a very quick way to end the game for FearX.
Yeah, you know, I think the FearX just kept themselves quite focused, didn't they? And maybe a little bit of a fire underneath of them to be like, we really want to get this game done and dusted, and then we can have the best opportunity to prepare ourselves ahead of the final. We can relax now, go and get some food. We can go and they could have a scrim. They could maybe have a couple of scrims, who knows? And really get themselves into the zone. A night and day difference in terms of performance today from FearX. They were really ready for this game, and it showed in the gameplay. Weebl on the flip side, I don't know if they were hoping that they could just sort of limp it over the line, but they didn't look as good as we've seen them previous. This wasn't the Weebl that beat, you know, D+ or the Weebl that beat PSG. It was a very different team.
Yeah, not great from Weebl. Completely capitulated towards the end. They started off pretty good, but as soon as that timeout got taken just before we headed into round 4. FearX can win the next 6 rounds in a row because of it. And I think FearX understood the game plan. Just play passive against these guys. They were very slow today, Weebl, on the attacks. The defense, Weebl, honestly, like that last round, for example, how they lose that with doing such a great job at opening up with 2 picks. There was really nothing that FearX could do in terms of utility. All they had was to play off, guns. And Weebl just didn't trade each other today, which is really surprising. So yeah, it's one of those where it is a quick best of 1, but Weebl still have a chance to go up against their old foes in PSG.
Yeah, I think when it was 2-1 for Weebl, I thought, okay, we're going to have a really competitive game on our hand here today. The way some of the FearX players are picked off as well, like sitting behind mirror windows, just over-peeking a little bit there. I was like, okay, maybe a little bit of trolling here and there, but FearX are able to stop that, all because of one player as well. I mean, is it a surprise that Rin is our MVP here for this matchup? I don't think so. Very well on the entry, as we're seeing here. I think that is a big part that Rin contributes to their team in general. Just being successful on that entry, having a high cost here as well, and then putting up the numbers with the KD as well. It's literally everything that you did want from him.
Yep. Rin had a very good game. I think, someone like, I mean, I don't know. It's very difficult, isn't it, to pick a single individual. I know that Good Boy had a couple of good moments as well. But Rin being the MVP, 3-1 on the entry, 78% cost, 12-4 on the KD. Right place, right time, I think is maybe the thing that was really going for him in this game. Someone like Good Boy, as I mentioned, I think he had a very good game as well. But it was just an all-round good team performance from FearX, wasn't it? Let's be honest, it's not a very long game. It's a 7-2. Like, we're expecting to see games in the 7-5 sort of region, and maybe even a little bit higher, maybe even going into an overtime. So to be able to put up those numbers in a short amount of time, very good indeed. FearX can now take a little bit of a chill while they get ready for their final later on today.
Yeah, this is what is ahead of them now. They have a game against PSG. We'll have a look at the bracket as well to see how that is shaping up, because almost all of the spots are filled in. We see FearX moving on to the grand final. They'll have to play a best of 3 later today to claim that ticket to Montreal, but their opponent is yet to be decided. It'll either be Weebl, it'll rematch with this morning, or it'll be PSG Talon, but we'll find that out in our lower bracket. That is a best of 3 game, and to make sure that Weebl get a little bit of time to rest after the best of 1 they just played, we'll be going into a little bit of a longer break, but when we're back, it'll be PSG versus Weebl.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. Nice now. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Managing to find the kill.
2v1 Freedom is low health though. Oh, take from Spirits in the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Freedom has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rappeler la mise, petit pas sur la piste et le succès je l'ai pisté, vise que la place du premier, fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, je suis on fire, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it! Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that.
Time to get stuck back into the best of threes between PSG and Weebl. Weebl, who had just lost a game against FearX and have to keep themselves alive in this lower bracket. And we're talking about PSG. Well, they were on a run yesterday. They made quick work of Orglis. They beat Mir 2, both of these games being a 2-0. But that last map against the Mir demo was super close.
Yeah, it was a really weird, I don't want to say day, but just a weird game overall. PSG Talon was like the worst we had ever seen them was up against Weebl. And that was a 7-3 loss in that upper bracket of the best of one kind of, quarterfinals, whatever it is you want to call it. That was the big kind of scare that we had. And we were thinking, right, hang on a minute, what's going on? We look at PSG yesterday. They look to be back on form to where we expect them to be. So yeah, I think overall, PSG should be coming into this looking for vengeance, and I think Weebl need to be worried because PSG, we know what they're like.
I think it's a different territory as well now, isn't it? You're into the best of threes. It's long gone to the best of ones where a team can just cheese a result over the line, as it were. And in a best of three, you're going to get that team that's got a little bit more depth in terms of map pool, a bit more experience in terms of playing best of threes, coming out on top. Yesterday, for me, big highlight was Ryder. I think he had a fantastic series. Misa has been so consistent throughout the course of the stage as well. And we just felt like we got much more of a full team performance out of this side. They are the best players in Korea right now, and we're expected them to make it to the major. Okay, we weren't expecting them to make it through the lower bracket, but this is where they really have to stand up and remind everybody of who they are.
You mentioned two of those players that we saw really show up yesterday. I think Yas entered that battle for the MVPs too in that case, but it was good to see that we had this team with a lot of depth that had so many consistent win factors. And that is completely the opposite of what we could say for Weebl, because what we saw from them earlier in that game, a 2-7 against FearX is a really unfortunate loss. They're back into a best of three. spend your life basically in this LCQ bracket, that certainly isn't going to be easy. What do you think the main thing was, Ollie, that was going wrong for Weebl?
Everything really, wasn't it? You know, their attacks lacked a lot of punch. I think that the defenses, they were overreacting to a lot of things. They weren't winning a lot of gunfights. We didn't see them play with that same level of togetherness that we saw them play against PSG Talon. And, you know, they've got that capability to play in that sort of a way, but we didn't see it. We also didn't see the big individual performances that we're used to seeing from this roster. So I don't know if the pressure's just getting too much to them as they're getting a bit closer to, you know, the final and closer to the end, as it were. Because I don't think we saw them play at their best against FearX only a couple of moments ago.
We'll have our map veto as well. We're looking back into a best of 3 scenario. As we said, we'll be heading to 3 different maps. I'm curious to see where these teams will be heading to. Our 4 first bands are just rolling in. Let's see our first picks as well. Chalet will be the first map selected by Weebl. We'll be going back to Skyscraper. Well, PSG having a good look of what Weebl can do on that map. So it's no surprise they're picking it here, Demo.
Yeah, I don't know about this from Weebl. Picking into Chalet, where PSG looked really good yesterday against Mere Gaming on it. So I don't necessarily agree with that. Also, Skyscraper, PSG will be more than happy to play Skyscraper after what we just witnessed from Weebl. So yeah, I don't really see this going any other way but a 2-0. Just from the eye test, I don't know what they were thinking picking into Chalet.
Yeah, Chalet is definitely a strange one, isn't it? I think it's a map that you think of, and you know, I guess this is where map depth comes into it, really, doesn't it? Because you're not in a position where you're able to hide everything, and you know you're gonna get sent onto maps that you're a little bit more uncomfortable on, and Weebl don't necessarily have the deepest map pool out there, so they are gonna get found out on that. And Talon, we know that they haven't played very many maps this stage, have they? They've tried to keep things very close to their chest. So it is a favorite map for Weebl. It is their highest preference, but realistically, I don't know that their highest preference is as good as, you know, PSG Talon's Chalet on that as well. And then you look toward that second map of Skyscraper, and that's where, you know, the alarm bells really do start to ring, because Weebl, it didn't look too hot on Skyscraper against FearX.
No, they did not. And I think the scary thing is as well is that we've seen all of these 3 maps from PSG in quite recent history. And with that, I mean yesterday. They played these yesterday. And there's a lot of information on what they could do for Weebl as well, to try and find out if there's any kind of gaps or holes they can find maybe on the sides of PSG. Because I feel like we're leaning on this. We're leaning very much into the favor of PSG to win out this matchup. And it makes sense given the position that PSG come into these LCQs with. But then again, we have to think back about what happened 2 days ago when they played against each other in a best of 1. And Weebl came out victorious 7-3 on Nighthaven Labs. That is a pretty significant scoreline as well, we can say. We see PSG bang that one out immediately here too. It will be a really tough task for Weebl regardless, but surely they should be banking on that, I guess, in their own minds to you know, oh, we've beaten this team before. There is a possibility.
Got to back yourself, don't you? That's the main thing, I think, for Weebl going into it. If they can back themselves and they have themselves that bit of belief, you don't know what a team could be capable of. PSG, this is everything for them. They need to make this major if they want to get SI. You know, we've foreshadowed that during the pre-show. So I think certainly today, all pressure on PSG. Weebl, you've done amazingly well to get this far. Why not go further?
Why not go further? I mean, they've shown it before. Maybe they can do it again here, but this time in a best of 3. PSG showed Chalet yesterday very convincingly against Mir, so a tough task is up of them, especially if we see the predictions here as well. But our first map of this best of 3 series is starting on Chalet.
Well, here we go. First best of 3 of the day, second match of the day. PSG Talon versus Weebl. We are down in the depths right now. We are in the lower bracket final. This is to put a team up against FearX in the final later on. Ying and a blitz ban. Demo, what's happening? Where is the Monty ban? Where's the Cade ban? Who is this?
This is... Yeah, this... I mean, to be fair, Chalet, this is the map where they don't ban Cade. Remember I mentioned before that out of the matches that they've played, they've only banned... Like, Cade's been open like 3 times. 2 of those have been on Chalet. So it makes sense. Whenever they play Chalet, Cade's not really a ban. But yeah, the Monty being up's an interesting one. Chalet, not as though it's the biggest Monty map per se, because there's quite a lot of flanks and, you know, a bit of C4 that you could happen to. It's not the safest one, just with the layout of the map. But again, can still be used by a side. You can still make it work. You look at, you know, Team Secret, who we kind of preference at the moment as like the best team in the world in the meta. Because they just understand the shields. They can make the shields work on any map. So yeah, still, you can see it happen. But other than that, I think the bans, yeah, nothing too crazy. I think the Tabaro ban's obviously going to be good whenever you're dealing with a fair few bomb sites with walls. You think about the top floor, in towards the kitchen site, basement obviously as well. Tabaro, Cade is always a nasty combination to go up against. So you're removing at least one of them. It still does the job for PSG. I mean, you could have banned the Cade or you could have banned the Tabaro. Either which way, both of those operators are not allowed to be together, because then that's where the issues happen. So, yeah, PSG on the attack first. If we look at actually the scoring of how they were able to do yesterday, they took a 5-1 split on Chalet, and they won 2 attacks, but that was because they only needed to win 2 attacks. So I think they probably could have went on and won a great few more. So for PSG, we know they're going to be good on both halves today.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. I was going to say we didn't get to see them too much yesterday on the attack, but we know them to be a good attacking team anyway. So it shouldn't be too difficult for them to chain a couple of rounds together here. In terms of the lineup, Lion, Grim, Flores, what are the must-bring tools for Chalet? You know that deployable shields and bulletproofs are going to be a plenty. In this round, castle barricades as well. Naps. He's getting a bit aggressive there. He's going to say there's a nice drone, ironically, right next to the default camera. He's got his sights trained on the stairs, but
he should be dead.
If he's not careful, he's going to get pinched out right now. See, Ryder is moving into position and, well, he's not missing his shots, is he? That DMR absolutely rips through Naps. He puts some damage in onto Ryder, but it isn't the finishing blow. Zad caught outside, and he was able to down Yas, but not get the finisher. So very soft for Talon right now. 20 HP, 30 HP, and 22 HP, so not too much to be really taking long extended gunfights with there. We need to do a good job of this next portion of the round in terms of gathering info, but look at the position from Misa.
How has he got in there?
Right place, right time. Straight out, can rotate toward bathroom. The bees can come in now. The kit, that's in the hands of Gotti. I don't think there's too much stopping him from trying to go and get this down. Misa again. A brilliant rotation onto the bathroom window. Cupido, he's known. That drone has done so much work throughout the round that it continues to pay information across to Talon right now. Gotti, he's nailed the diffuser to the floor. Misa, he can't put a foot wrong right now. And Inno in the clutches. I tell you, considering the HP on some of these Talon players, it's a miracle that this is going to be a flawless round, but it will be. Ryder. 2 for Ryder, 3 for Misa. That's the sort of attacks we're going to see today, Talon. I will gladly watch it.
Oh, boy. Voldemort's returned. He who shall not be named is back.
As Cornelius Fudge once said, he's back.
Honestly, and Weebl, honestly, I think Webble's Cedric Diggory here. I think he's going to be biting the bullet, isn't he? Oh, boy. And Webble's sitting there saying to FearX, take my body back. Do it for me, take my body back. Oh, boy. Yeah, look, Weebl, a lot of things went wrong, but specifically for me, nothing inside of Piano. How they've just walked in Piano with no util to go up against They probably should have brought the Azami, I think. Azami would have been great for playing inside piano, can clog up the windows, obviously place them on the piano, use it as that deployable cover. That's probably the operator that they needed to have there, because look how easy it was for Misa just to jump in and pick up a kill that guy in half wall. Sight control is completely forfeited at that stage, and you're always fighting uphill if you're Weebl. So that would be the only change that you probably would sit there and look at and probably make, but we'll see how things, you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yes, it's only the first round, but you never know. We'll see if Weebl just a slow round and can try and heat up, and certainly Coupe is going to try and do that, Ollie, as he has picked up the Boss G in our own game.
Drones providing so much crucial information for Talon in the previous round. Misa, he was the opening death this time. He was the hero in round 1. He's been taken off, and look at that rotation from Inno as well. Straight back down to sight. Happy with his one. If you look at it on the scale of things, what Talon have lost, they've only lost the Jackal. That's going to assist the roam game, and if the roam game drops off because they've got an opening pick, well, it's kind of done its job. Yeah, you lose a body, but maybe isn't the end of the world. It's still not ideal. Cupideo looks a little bit unsure on how he wants to play this. Looks like he wants to be quite loose and have an ability to rotate out into the map if required. He's going to start to get a bit of pressure coming onto him, though, and immediately going to make his way back toward the site. So a lot better there from Weebl, not looking to stay out there too much. It's Zad's position maybe that is a little bit of a worry right now, because he's in a very dangerous position to be cut off, especially with Yas getting toward the bottom of that west main stair.
Flashbang out, and that will just give that little bit of cover to try and secure that kill. There has been a good trade, though, from Inno, as he was actually tucked in towards Trench. They weren't expecting that. You see he flashed the door. But, yeah, I mean, I don't blame him. Expecting the Goyo just to lock himself in the trench. And, you know, it's something we don't see all too often. But, again, for Weebl, the main thing is that they got the trade. So they sit with a man advantage. And if you actually look at the destruction of the site, there's none of that. You know, no walls being opened up. Starting to get Trench open. They can get the long angle open, but this is going to be really tricky, I feel, for PSG to make this work. But if that mere gaming matchup from yesterday is anything to go by, is that this team can actually play under a lot of stress and can win rounds that necessarily they're not allowed to win.
It's a scuff breach. There was an impact trick. The long angle now won't be opened up. But the kills, they're going to keep on coming. Weebl, they don't need to aggress onto this. The breach is scuffed. They've got a vert, but Cupideo falls. Naps. He's full white flashed. The kit's in the hands of Gotti. The time's running low, and it has to go down. Gotti, he has 2 players covering him right now. How much info has Naps got? The answer, not enough. Ryder, he's going to be able to find him there. Talon, plucking around out of nowhere there.
Yeah, that's what I seen yesterday on Border. They're winning rounds that they shouldn't be winning. I don't know. It's really difficult to sum up, because do we paint it as a picture of PSG have done really well to get those kills back? Or is it a case of we actually analyze Weebl, look at their positioning? You know, no trades. The guy on Pillar swings, Ollie. For what purpose? That guy in Pillar's so safe, by the way. Nothing can touch him. You got a Vigil upstairs. Instead, just sitting on site. There's so little time left. Can just play off the trades with his teammates. Again, it just depends which way you want to look at it. But all credit to PSG. They realize that we need to get the wall open, and we just need to try and force these kills. And if they're going to give us the kills, then all the better. But I certainly think kills could have been avoided there for Weebl.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It again comes into the, you know, the kind of trying too hard sort of category.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Where sometimes just sitting back and being a little bit more passive could be better. Because if you don't swing on that pillar, then the attack's got nothing. As soon as they walk in, bang, you hit the swing, and it's job done. You know, spot the drone. Aha, he's spotted the drone, but he has also been taken out. Brilliant play there from Talon. That just goes to show the power of setting up those pre-placed drones, gathering that information, feeding it across the team, and then very quickly reacting on it. Now, they won the previous round, fighting 4 versus 5 from the off. This time already, in the first 20 seconds, they got an opening pick.
Just trying to figure out what the idea is with the take. Obviously, they're bringing in a fair few smokes with the glass being introduced into the lineup. Misa's actually saved himself with his own claymore, and so you've got the glass with the smokes, and Capitao would have been nice to have those bolts, but Zad is able to secure that kill nonetheless. But still, you've traded a kill back and forth, which doesn't help considering that the opening pick had already went to PSG. So they are in the commanding lead right now with that extra man, and they still have that glass on board. Also, Brava brings the smokes as well, so at the moment, Brava hacking the Malusis. I mean, this is like really the only map where we see a lot of Brava be played, Ollie. Especially for this bomb site, whenever we see like Malusi have quite a big pick right here. Because there is always that fear of the crouch walks. So being able to hack away those Banshees just enables your team.
Ryder to move through that smoke and gather some info. There's going to be a couple of shots coming in vertically, but Yas, he's going to find his man. Naps on a desperate rotate now to try and make something happen. He's got a bit of info, but that's all he's got. Ryder, Soldier. Clean him up like a mopped floor right there. Another easy round for Talon. You know, the dangerous when they don't get the opening pick. The dangerous when they go a man down because they try even harder to correct that in the right sort of ways. But when they get the opening pick, it's even more terrifying.
I think FearX better start warming up. Honestly, at this stage, like, this is just a complete mismatch. Those 3 rounds are just so dominant from PSG. Like, they have finished every round with at least 3 or more people alive. And that's difficult to do. Look at the kills. Look at the kills. They have been able to get, what's that, a 5th of the kills on offer? That's all Weebl's been able to gain. 3 of them on 0 kills. Yeah.
Ryder's not even died.
No.
He's 5-0.
And Ryder played exceptionally well yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
I think he was really our MVP of the day. Well, I don't know. It just feels as though the whole team in general it's just a good team. Like, it just is. You just look at the team and you think, yeah, all of them are just good players. You know, I think Gotti's also been one of our favorites, hasn't he? You know, coming onto this lineup as a support. It's not easy, but he's a really good support player. Gets the plants down when he needs to. In clutch, which, as we know, that's kind of what you need to do. You need to have that gene in you if you want to be a good support player in this day and age. Obviously, you always have to reference Brede whenever you talk about that, but then I also look at Souls 1 as another one of our favorites. You know, those 2 guys are like some of the best supports we've ever had in this game.
Why have you just called him Souls 1?
Because that's his name.
We've cast Souls for tens and tens of games, and you've never called him Souls 1. I know that's what it's written as, but we call him Souls.
Well, just in case people got confused with Souls 2.
Oh, behave.
It's like Thing 1 and Thing 2, isn't it? I am the cat in the hat.
I feel like a cat in the hat today.
I watched that film recently. It's a great film. It is so funny.
Why?
It gets better of... I don't know. I've seen it was on. I just watched it and I don't know. It just gets better of age.
I would like to rewatch it as an adult and like get all the adult jokes in it as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
I think I'm over Gotti. Honestly, I'm over being a Gotti fan. I think I'm a Ryder fan now.
No, don't say that.
Yeah.
That's not fair.
But it just is what it is, but I think, yeah, Ryder's the player for me. Well, this is tense, isn't it?
Solar Take, 2 people stacked up on the stairs, and Amonte is coming on them, Ollie, and he's spotting say, guys, there's 2 of them here! Quick! Honestly, this should just be the easiest 2-piece I've ever seen in my life! Yes! No! You've let them get away! Never mind, Riders push them back into them.
telling you.
Oh, boy.
I'm a Ryder fan, and there's good reason for it. 2 defenders left.
What's
Over
going on?
half the round to play, and a Monty bearing down on you. Yeah, see you later. Well, the Monty isn't going to be able to chase you there with his shield extended. But what that is going to do is just give up the site. Yeah, let's just give the site up. Now, Cupido could play spoiler right now, but he's got to land his shots. Gotti, he knows better than to straight up peek him. Misa, backstabs for the last 2. Like men versus boys, isn't it? If this was a staff up game, you'd be calling for the teams to be repicked.
Oh, it would be a GMO. Get me out moment. Just get it over and done with. Set the score.
Yeah, just someone put the score in. I'm going to go and make a coffee.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Oh,
bombs
dear.
if they can.
4 kills in 4 rounds. Hey, at least they're consistent. Ollie, that's a kill a round.
As a team, they have 1 KPR.
Oh dear.
The problem with that is that Ryder had 2 KPR at the end of the last round because he's 8-2.
Oh, Misa's
sorry,
8-2.
Misa.
Ryder's
Misa's
7-0.
8-2.
I mean, Ryder
Yeah, Ryder's
Crash still
7-0.
yet to die. He's trying to go for the Iron Man challenge.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah.
10 seconds to insertion.
I love a bit of Iron Man.
5 seconds to go.
Ever fancied making an Iron Man?
Attackers must locate
You ever fancied the Iron Man challenge demo?
Nope. Nope. No, thank you. Oh, no.
What about just a little triathlon?
No,
Little
no.
swim, little bike, little
Nope.
run.
Well, I used to play Sonic and Mario at the 2012 Olympics. Does that count?
My goodness.
Is that right? Right throwback game, isn't it?
I've been playing some weird games on the Switch at the minute with my sister. Yeah. I honestly, I do feel a little bit old. And it's frustrating because everyone sort of sees me as like the techie one.
Attackers have located a
Because I commentate on a video game, but I'm really not.
Yeah, you're more of a fisherman.
Yeah, I know my siege and I know what I know, you know?
That's it.
I don't
yeah.
know what I don't know.
Yep. Oh. Well, one thing I do know is Weebl have tried to go for a drastic change here, Ollie. The Clash makes an appearance. Is that simply because you're fearing that the Monty could be picked up again, perhaps? But Clash at the moment almost being used like a bit of a mirror window just on that main breach. You can go out there and just spot see if anyone's positioned. But really for PSG, it's just that phantom pressure, isn't it? Get that main wall open and then rotate over and go for the traditional back take. So yeah, I mean, PSG are just playing very simple siege. They've got another opening pick, taking down the Cade. They've got still an EMP left for that long angle as well. They should have no issues here for PSG. This is just setting up to be another one of those perfect rounds. Oh, they've even reinforced hatch for them as well. So literally no pressure at all can really be had from the defense. Like they're going full turtle, which at this moment in time, if you're PSG and you see a full turtle, this is like Christmas right now. It's Christmas Day.
It really is. Should be able to get the wall open now. Misa going to be on the Thatcher. Of course, Thatcher not only good for getting this wall open, but also going to be very good against that Clash.
Why are we not? Hello?
Any reason why Yas isn't... Okay.
Is that K-Cloak going to get switched back on?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, I mean,
Hey,
Yas
bro,
just
he's
made
lucky.
that as dangerous as
Literally,
he can. Like, he's
That just
made
came
that,
back on. That just literally came back on as that wall got opened up.
He's
Boy.
just made that as dangerous as possible.
What was he waiting for? I don't know.
20 seconds is not a lot of time right now. Talon are going to have to look to try and move through. Ossa doesn't have any shield. She'd have to pick one up to really
No
move
C4s.
through with that. There isn't any denial, but there is a Clash. The Clash is the big factor right now. Gotti, he's just going to try and send it into sight and get it done under the cover. But there's
Yeah,
going to be
good.
players reacting to this. The plant is going down. How is he getting away with that? There's still a Clash alive, for goodness sake. Cupideo, hello, welcome. Yep. They've just planted. You're the Clash. Should have done something about it.
Another round where there's, what, 4 people alive still? Coupe needs to be positioned in pillar there. Whenever it's so obvious where PSG are wanting to plant, which is just, you know,
What's he
so
looking
plain
at?
and simple, he needs to be rotated over there to try and slow down that ace. Look, no denial, no C4s. The coverage was there for PSG. Yeah, 5-0. Just... I mean, what can you say? This is the most dominant performance that I think we may have had all stage, Ollie. It has to be. Just, yeah, 5 kills again. They're consistent. They're getting a kill around.
I honestly dread to think what the mood has been like in the Talon camp over the course of the last week. Because obviously, dropping down into the LCQ, then dropping down into the lower bracket. Now with the way that we're seeing them play here today on finals day, you can only imagine the sort of conversation, let's put it that way, that Fabian has had with this team.
It's honestly, if you look back to Wednesday, it feels as though the people who played for PSG were like aliens, like, you know, body snatchers.
No, it does. It does. It
That's what it
genuinely
feels like.
Yeah. If it all comes out in the wash that it was like PSG academy team, I wouldn't be surprised. Do you know what I mean?
It's so weird. Like, honestly, that Wednesday game just feels like a fever dream, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh boy. I mean, Weebl, like, what can we say right now? You are just being absolutely dominated. It's not even fair. I mean, PSG are just gliding through this game like it's nothing. It just feels like a dry run for them. Coupe attempting a roam game, which these roam games have just been shut down immediately. You know, the opening pick, I believe, was went in favor of PSG 4 times out of the 5. Only the one round they had to actually battle back from, and they still were able to win that round, so opening kill stat has even shown us that it doesn't matter. Ravikant was attempting to hack on that BP, but since then been shot by Inno in the site. No glass this time around for PSG. Instead, the Monty will be their choice of, I don't want to say cheese operator, but a strong operator who can just walk in and make these very difficult positions a breeze to get past. So he's making sure he does the drone work, making sure nothing is going to catch him by surprise. And yeah, look at this. I mean, Soldier can just walk in pretty much. As long as there's the pressure coming in from the other angles, coming in from the windows, Ollie, PSG is going to be set up for, again, another fairly typical take.
Yeah, the pacing isn't too bad at the moment either. Soldier, he's heard the magnet get deployed onto the roof there. Knows there's going to be a player a little bit deeper. He's going to get caught out in the FNAT for the time being. He's just waiting for a bit of support to come from the rest of the team right now, and PSG are just maneuvering into position to do that.
Yeah, look at this.
Of Capital utility getting sent in. Zad is in a position where he needs to go off, and he's going to start by picking up a kill onto Yas, but immediately traded out there. That's a success. You'll lose your Brava on that top floor clear any day of the week. That means that you can take control over into Library. Misa can now rotate down toward Big Window, but he's going to get taken out by Cupadeo. That must have been a hell of a swing.
Yeah, good one as well. I think Weebl realized that, hey, we need to get some picks here. We just can't sit in sight. They will slaughter us. There's a bit of vertical action that maybe PSG could play with, and they have a few yellow pings that's being supplied, and oh, Fred's and Needle got it. Able to attack down Coupe, but are they aware that there's still another guy inside a bar? No, they're not, as Inno has sprung the trap and has walked down short, finds another one, and Inno looks as though he is going to be giving Weebl their first round in this game. So it won't be the flawless app that PSG wanted. The Soldier is going to have to try and stick to the fuse, but it'll be all for naught. Saves the KD as well. Weebl at least gets something on the board, and it's not a complete washout.
It's actually a bit weird to see Talon play in the Monty, isn't it? Because it's something that they ban so often. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that I don't think they understand how to use the Monty, but they definitely used it in a very old-fashioned way there. They just used it for information gathering and a bit of zone control, whereas like sort of new age Monties are going to be chasing you down, and they are going to be, you know, picking a target, running at you, and there's going to be a hell of a crossfire, and bang, you're going to be sat on your ass because the Monty's going to melee you. So it was a bit more of an old-fashioned approach to using the Monty there in terms of a real slow and steady clear. Oh, look, guys, we've got a Monty. Like, I know that you now want to keep your distance, and I'm going to take advantage of that and just call out your locations. A little bit, obviously, it's just strange to see because PSG typically ban the Monty. Still a 5-1 split. Very favorable half for them. They can afford to lose one round downstairs, bar and games, because the pressure is firmly on Weebl right now. They've used their tactical timeout. Now they have to show us 4 clean rounds, even just to draw level. And something that's going to involve, Demo, is a couple of players getting a few more kills. Zad, Cupadeo, Moon, and Naps. 4 kills between them coming into this round number 7.
Oh, Weebl. Big challenge for you. See if they can turn things around here, but just feels incredibly unlikely the way that PSG have been playing. And, you know, whenever their players are hitting their shots, you know, Misa and Ryder, it's going to be difficult. They will cling on to that Monty as their crutch operator, it feels like. He has been straight away picked into. So Soldier needs to be careful. There ain't really a lot that they have for the Monty anyway, apart from a few goo mines and maybe a lucky C4. You never know from Yas from below, but needs to be in the right position for that. This mid-floor hold will be contested by PSG. But a minute gone. Now we start to see the approaches. The C4 goes in. Yas is actually going to trade with Zad. Jumps in the window. Gets dealt with on the hatch. Ryder able to take down the Monty before Moon eliminates Soldier. It will be an even trade, Ollie, but I do feel as though this benefits PSG because they've been able to take down that Monty.
Yeah, Talon still not in a bad position. Halfway point in the round. No denial would be the main thing that you'd look toward, but then you ask yourself the question, is the plant really going to go down? Something that you spoke about yesterday briefly, Demo, was the sledge and the lack of sledge being brought in today's meta. And he must have gone back and watched that and said, oh, I'll bring a sledge for Demo.
Yeah, but what does he do? What does he do on this site apart from 2 nades? Well, you bring him Blackbeard, that's those 2 nades, doesn't mean you bring it.
He's not. I don't think he's even swung the hammer. It's still got 24 charges on it. So it's.
He's used it for what?
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's plenty open. Talon happy to give that away for the time being, knowing that Weebl are probably going to take a little bit of time to do so. And it's players like this that you've got to watch out for. Look at Gotti. He's got a great location right now. He's really pushed up against that door onto balcony. I think that Moon might know that he's there. But look at what he's been able to do right now, stalling out everything. Misa, he's proned. Naps. Gotti went too early. He's left his team in a bit of a tough spot right now. Ryder trying to keep Misa safe, but Misa's location's going to be known. He has to maybe try and firm it there. As Ryder, he's going to be able to rotate back in. The clock's running dangerously low right now, and the diffuser in the hands of Naps will start to go down, but a down dash means that it's 1 versus 1. Essentially comes off the plant. Not able to stick it. I tell you what, Weebl, not being able to figure out how to win that round there, with what little Talon had to go off, I think it paints the picture of the day, doesn't it?
Yeah. And Talon had no denial at all whatsoever. The remaining 3 operators all have BPs, so there was triple BP set up on that top floor, which I also think helped quite a lot. Being able to feed that information to tell the remaining defenders what positions they can and cannot play. It was a very aggressive standpoint. You know, PSG, whenever they had lost Gotti on the castle, right, who swung for, we were not entirely sure why he swung. He probably could have played close to the shotgun and he would have probably yielded better results. The remaining 2 knew that they need to get at least a kill back. You see in the aggressive position from Yas, or Misa, sorry, trying to play into, you know, close on the piano window, hoping somebody jumps in through the top blue window. But didn't happen, got droned out. Then you've seen the reaction for the Fenrir. He thought as well, okay, I'm going to take a bit of a punt here as well. I'm going to swing in aggressively into office. Gets that down. just shift themselves into these kind of off-angle positions that maybe you're not ready for in the attack because it's not default, it's not typical. And that's what gets them over the line. But I also think Weebl just taking way too long.
Time's something that's quickly running out in this series for Weebl as well. They've not got very many more opportunities. They've only got this round, really. They lose this, we will be moving on to the second map. And don't forget, Chalet is a map that Weebl chose here. And they've been unable to pick up rounds consistently on it. That doesn't telegraph a larger issue, then I'm not sure what does. Cupideo going to start things off with a drone. I mean, he is the Monty, so there's an argument to say just pull yourself in there and let somebody else do the droning right now. But isn't going to spend too long on it. Get himself into the top of fireplace. Get rid of the default camera. It's very belt and braces approach here for a cap can they seem to think has been brought, but as we know, isn't there. Zad can come through and start to try and secure these flanks a little bit. That should allow Talon to, or should allow Weebl, excuse me, to work on that top floor and getting in toward office.
Track Stingers deployed. Flanks gonna be an option, it feels like, for PSG this round. But I think PSG are more focused on just holding that top floor more than anything. See, their walls will be electrified as well, so the problem solving they'll have to go through to try and remove them with no EMPs being brought in. A-Claw just on top of the wooden beam, and it will be dealt with. The wall can now be opened up, and just look at the ground that the Monty's taken. I mean, there's all this setup, but nobody's actually playing inside it from PSG. You know, look at Piano, you had the Izami there. It actually just lets the Monty and a friend walk by them right now, but that's because the castle barricade will give him that bit of safety. Opening pick did fall in favor of PSG, but has since then been traded off as Moon is there with a kill. So it will be a 4 versus 4 with a minute left, and that Monty still alive, who decides to run down the stairs. So many times, Ollie, I see either a blitz or a Monty or a shield full sprint down the stairs. You cannot do that. The animation means that you cannot cover your legs, and it's such an easy kill for the defenders. Do not run downstairs if you play shield. It does not work.
Ryder, right place, right time. 12 and 2. Naps. It's always a bad time when an exothermic's being used on a soft floor. That usually tells and paints a bit of a picture as to how the round has gone. Soldier had the revolver in his hand for a time being. I mean, he's got the TCSG primary, so either one is going to be a fairly slow fire rate weapon. This round is going to peter out and hit quite an anticlimactic end, but Yas gets the kill as a buzzer beater there and further pads his stats. PSG Talon rip-roar through Weebl on Chalet. 7 rounds to 1. Not a lot that you can really say about that one, Demo. That was men versus boys, if ever I've seen it. A serious mismatch. And Talon not making the same mistakes they made against Weebl previously. A dominant victory.
We worried about the Chalet pick, didn't we? We've seen it appear. PSG looked really good yesterday against Mere Gaming on it, so it was always going to be a risk. And Weebl picked into it. That's the crazy thing. What? Is this even PSG's map? The map's coming up, Ollie.
Travesty. We'll be back after a short break with Anne to break down map number 1 for what little we saw of it and to set us up for map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head. Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though. Oh! the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Rene has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, choc-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils maîtrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
Welcome back to the South Korea LCQ. My name is Anne, I'm joined by Ollie and Demo, and it feels like we did not leave you guys for a very long time with that map. It was over before we even realized it was over. It just went so fast. I loved how you were calling, like, you know, if this is a staff-up game after 4-0, you'd call for a rematch, because at this point you just start feeling bad for the players on the Weebl side, given how dominant it was for PSG. Ryder and Misa, at this point, I think they're just farming, they're flexing. I don't know what it is, but they seem so successful, shutting down every single member on the side of Weebl.
What a game. 7-1 on Chalet. 7-1s are never pretty. And this one, I don't think was much of an exception, to be honest with you. Full team performance from Talon. Everybody standing up. Weebl, they were just missing, weren't they? Do we send out the missing person report? Do we get them on a pint of milk? Because they need to show up. This was their map choice, and they were only good for one singular round. Pretty shocking, if you ask me. We were worried about Chalet coming into this as a map choice, but maybe more worried about the matchup as a whole. Talon really looking for revenge after that best of one a couple of days ago. Ryder, Misa, you know, 22 and 7 between them over the course of 8 rounds. You know, that is just an incredible amount of kills. The entry dominated by Talon, and even when it wasn't, they were still able to pick up the round.
Impressive. That's all you can say about PSG. It's straight to the point, not messing around, and it's a similar story of kind of what I mentioned yesterday. Whenever we seen PSG up against Orglis, it was a case of, okay, they know they have to play another best of 3. They're going from one best of 3 straight into another one. They want to save as much energy as they can while also building momentum. And the best way to do that is going out there and making it a quick game. You know, 7-1, 7-2, 7-3 is what you're after. They were able to do that against Orglis. It was a fairly easy day for them. And then that was able to carry into that match towards Mere Gaming. And we've seen PSG just start off immediately a lot sharper than what Mere Gaming was. The same certainly can be said today. You know, FearX, they'll probably have a kind of cooldown period. They had their best of 1. It was only a best of as well. You can't really sink your teeth into that. They have a big, long gap. Well, maybe not as long, but if PSG are going to make it as quick as what this is. But the point still stands. PSG are just trying to build up momentum to get as hot and ready as they can for that grand final.
Yeah, I like how you're mentioning that point. You know, we saw what happened yesterday with them when they were warm going into the next match, and that's certainly something that FearX should be fearing for this grand final if PSG can close this out, and it's looking like that. I mean, we talked about this being or having been Weebl's map pick. They were only good for 1 round. That is really unfortunate for them to just have lost the best of 1 against FearX, then lose this map against PSG. It's so difficult, but you have like 5 minutes in between those maps to try and come up with solutions for all kinds of mistakes that we're seeing from Weebl. I mean, the big conversation point for them over the course of the stage was that they said they would be working on the teamwork, and there weren't really that many times that we saw it from them, that they have really worked on this. We saw simple mistakes as, for example, the Monty running down the solar stairs as well, knowing very well that that exposes your legs, and with shields being so strong, it's such a shame that you're losing these so early. We have, I mean, is it to anyone's surprise that Ryder is our MVP for today? We talked about him just farming against these players. I think on the attack, the Deimos just works out so well for him as well to try and get these entries on the board to initiate his team. It's just been looking phenomenal for him.
I think something that impressed me about Talon today, and Ryder can be thrown into this conversation as well, is their ability to pre-place drones, gather information, and then make good on that information very quickly into the start of the round. They were able to get 6 of the opening picks inside of an 8-round game. And a lot of that was down to the information they were able to gather on the drones. And off the back of that information, the exchange of information and the teamwork all working together in perfect harmony. The drone game today from Talon on the attack was fantastic. And that's what gave them a lot of the clues that makes it look quite easy then when they go in and pick up a lot of the kills.
Well, the question is if PSG can finish this in 2. We just saw them win out on their opponent's map pick. Now they have to do it on their own map pick, which we've already seen from them quite recently. Or if Weebl can bounce back in a very, very tough match ahead of themselves. We'll find out on Skyscraper.
I don't know how Weebl have managed to gain another 2% demo after people have watched that previous map. There's some serious copium getting huffed inside a Twitch chat at the moment. It was a 97.7%, and now it's a 91.9%. Skyscraper, we head to for our second map. This is PSG's map choice. As such, they will be starting off on the attack. Glaz, the first attacker removed. Glaz, something that Talon like to use, and used quite well, to be fair, a number of times over the course of the last week. Are Talon going to default back into their typical Monty ban? No, they're instead going to keep with this Blitz ban. Cade ban. decent map to ban out the Cade, so you would expect them to get rid of it here. It is one of their mainstays, and there we go. They're not going to stray too far from the beaten path.
Yeah, I think as well, if you kind of look at Weebl, I mean, they were playing Blitz whenever we seen them on Skyscraper here earlier. So it could be a bit of a target ban for that. And Legion as well. So immediately you look at Legion ban, and that's going to be for the shield. So Monty will be abused by Weebl. Like, no doubts about it. But at the same time, Weebl, they start in the defense. They themselves could be going up against a Monty who doesn't have any real counter apart from like an Oryx. And again, trying to pull off an Oryx can be very difficult. Speaking of, the Oryx has been locked in, but there's no Monty.
And defuse bombs.
No Monty yet. There is time, but unlikely. Oryx can also be a bit of a comfort pick as well. Very trap orientated from Weebl. They're really expecting this Monty, aren't they? Ella, Capcan. A lot of things to try and slow a push down at the moment, and to make you double check your drone game and stuff, but I don't think that the Capcan... I don't know. I like Capcan as a pick. I think it really does force the attackers into droning a lot more than they typically would do if it wasn't there.
5 seconds left before insertion. Device activated.
Yeah, I'm not too keen on this lineup.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
You're missing an Azami. Yeah, you're missing that kind of layer approach that we like to look at. I feel as though these operators are very ill-orientated. You know, like you mentioned as well, for the Monty, possibly you've got the Ella as well, which could be an operator for that. Coupe, who was, what did he finish, like 1 and 8? Something like that in Chalet, is just carrying on that bad trend as he's died first, gave himself up as a Scopus right from the get-go.
I know it's a decent gun, but you don't really want to be taking engagements that early on into things, especially with the ability that you've got as Scopus. That teleport is fantastic, and we've already seen it. And I'm sure we will continue to see it as Scopus grows and develops as an operator, used in wonderful ways. Said that Talon are scary when they're fighting from behind, but they are even more, 10 times more deadly and terrifying when they have got that man advantage. And to give that away so soft is big blunder indeed. Talon can now look to try and work through. They've already got themselves established into office and sort of top house side of things, so next stage is going to be droning out into drum. And this is the problem when you don't bring the Azami or any deployable shields for that matter. I mean, you've got the Scopus shield, but I might not have even been put in the right position with how early Cupideo died. It just means that you can't hold drum. And it means that the attackers are going to be knocking on the door of the site far quicker than you would be comfortable with them doing.
Oh, Zad, been able to pick a kill. I assume that's maybe downstairs looking up onto the little balcony area. I think it is. So PSG do lose a man, but they have opened up the site wall and they have all the Candelas ready to pop, and in they go. They're going to be C4s in response, so perhaps. There's a few of them. All Candelas just being dumped in, but nothing really happening. There's a player just prone inside a T room, and Soldier has no idea. Now he does. The Oryx stands up at the wrong time. Ollie. The Fuser will be initiated. C4 misses, though, from Moon.
Attackers activating.
Now the retake has to come in for him and Zad. Moon goes down, and Zad, the only player to get killed in this round, also goes down. I mean, Ollie, it's not flawless, but it's as close as what it can be.
Yeah. Talon understanding the win condition very well there. The Candela's getting sent in. The plank coming down. Soldier getting a bit lucky there. I imagine that Oryx would have been blind. Think that the Candelas would have affected him there. But at any rate, what good is it being prone behind a desk? He's only watching one angle. And he didn't even see the player slip in.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Weebl,
attackers.
just not with that. Not bringing the tools they needed for that required roam, and I think,
Have located a bomb.
although even that required hold, there was no sort of roam to speak of. They're going to be trying the opposite site this time. They're going to be trying that office and exhibition. This time they do have the Azami. They're also going to be bringing a Solace as well. I'm not sure if Zad's thinking, well, you know, if the PSG Talon like to plant a lot, maybe we can do something with the Solace below. I do think it's maybe a little bit of a stretch, though. I think a castle could be good to try and assist holding this extension a little bit more.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
So you look at the lineup, it's a lot better, isn't it, from the defense? You know, it's gonna be a problem for PSG, you know, breaking through this, because also they have the biggest amount of self-destruction. They're gonna have to use quite a few nades, actually, Ollie, to remove that. Remember I was mentioning as well about the little thermite trick during our last game, where if you place it on the wall, you can then open up the single breach in the drum as well. If you just make a couple of like lines through the middle of it, it means that you can't really place the thermite charge. You can see the effect that it had there in the breaching charge. If that was a thermite charge, it wouldn't have extended the range. You have to get it very close on the right-hand side, and if you can't do that, then it ain't gonna work. So again, a little tip for everyone. If you are gonna go for a bandit trick on that single wall, then yeah, make sure that you've opened up that other wall. In goes the Maverick, though, so dealing with the bandit isn't going to be an issue. Have the cover as well from Ryder, holding on to the head holes. It's just a matter of time before Weebl have to drop off, and it looks as though this time is now, as mirror window has been left. And that gives PSG the green light to maneuver in and make their way in with their push. Biggest issue that PSG Ollie are going to have is they don't really have anything to make the defenders worry. You know, no Grim, no Ying, for example.
Yeah, I think instead they're going to be trying to maybe leverage that Deimos a little bit. You have the potential to play a little bit vertical. They're maybe asking for a lot out of Soldier on the Ossa to try and do that. He's going to be moving through Dragon right now. Pocket reinforcement used there by Cupadeo. Zad. It's Soldier with a quick swing and further softens him up a little bit. Deimos is actually going to be in there behind. Nades. It's going to force him back a little bit, but with the rotation, Misa, he's got that live ping information onto Zad's whereabouts. Makes good on the Deimos death mark. Now see the wall get opened a little bit more. Another line of sight available here for Gotti. He can flit and change between these two areas. The swords window and this line that he's cut, but a good C4 from Inno from below, and he's still a threat at rotating up house. It's a heavy C4 lineup, this. Naps has got one tucked in behind drinks. Moon has one and is also below. C4 ripped and ready. Should be dodged out of. Moon going to find one over onto Ryder. Still with that C4 ready and waiting. The plant is starting to go down. But brilliantly played from Inno. Knew he could take his time on that shot. Knew he needed to just use the clock a little bit more. Talon tripping up over the time there.
Yeah, taking a little bit too long. I think they were struggling again just to route those players out, weren't they? You know, that's where the effect of a Grim or a Ying would have been monstrous for them in that situation. But yeah, timer gets away from them. And yeah, just missing one guy who's able to stop that diffuser from going down. Yeah, all credit to Weebl. They hold on to it. PSG, a little bit shaky. I mean, obviously PSG still dominated in the kill department in that round. Don't like two ways about it. But still, you lose the round, you lose the round. You can't get it. You can't get the diffuser down in time. That's the main thing.
Well, 1-1. Weebl back in the game. They have now achieved the same amount of rounds that they got on Chalet. Are they going to be able to get a few more? Attacks on Sky are obviously a lot more difficult to come across. We're expecting Talon to come up against a few obstacles here, but at the end of the day, it's a map that they chose, so it's a map that they are confident they can play and attack onto. Soldier this time going to be bringing the Monty. Trying to assist in that old top floor clear. You have Zad sticking this Solace as well, but it's going to be Ryder with the opening pick. Takes Cupido down. I feel like Cupido, I keep saying his name in this entry. He keeps losing this battle, doesn't he? He was a bit of a bad candidate for it on Chalet. And it's sort of continuing a little bit here. Yas, great swing onto Zad. What's he doing? Like, he's so far outside.
Mm-hmm. I mean, at this stage, it just feels as though a lot of them are just trying to play for their own kills, their own KD, doesn't it? Like, they're just trying to force these kills into happening, but it's just... Nah, it's not going to happen. So, PSG have an incredible lead and still have a lot in the tank. You've got the Monty alive. Got the Candelas ready to go. Miso with another one. Should be an easy cleanup here for PSG as Weebl are just dropping like flies and a 1v4 that Naps has to go up against. Can even take down one kill with him. Can he get his first kill off the game? Nope, not going to happen. Soldier with another one. PSG just carrying on the momentum.
Yeah, going through the motions now for PSG. They become difficult games to, you know, critically analyze because it really is just a case of a very solo approach from Weebl in that they just look like 5 solo defenders and Talon just banded together.
Attackers need to locate.
They know that they're only as strong as the player next to them. They're as strong as the flank drone that somebody is watching. It's so team orientated right now. Yeah, you've got players like Yas and Ryder who get a lot of the kills, but that's off the back of information that is being provided by players like Soldier on a shield or Gotti's drone, something like that. You know, it's a full team performance from Talon at the moment, and Weebl, they're looking so solo. Naps, where's he? Fully missing demo.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers must locate and defuse.
Not a good look right now. And PSG, Ollie, we know what they're going to be like on the defense. And if anything that we have to go off today from our previous matchup between Weebl and FearX, it's not as though that they showed us the greatest of attacks as well. They only took 2. And PSG already have the 2, and they still have 3 more rounds to go. Soldier straight in. It's going to be a quick smash and grab here, Ollie. The plant's going to go down right into the corner. Is the cover there, though? Do they have any idea? I don't think they do, Ollie. The fuser gets planted with inside 30 seconds, and PSG can just hold on to the window now. It's a very difficult post plant to come up against. Weebl need to rally. The 2 players in the windows. One can watch for the jump out, the other for the diffuser. The DMR is in position to destroy any keeper barriers as well that may get placed, so that's not going to help them. Upside down rappel, so difficult. A C4 here. Who's that catching? Absolutely no one. Another keeper barrier is there, and Yas also picks up the kill. Fuse will be initiated, but yeah, look at that. 2 of them just upside down. Eliminates him, and Gotti gonna find his also. PSG, as easy as that. 3, 2, 1, and they're in.
Brilliant bit of observing as well there. It was nice to get that sort of different free cam view of the player on rappel. We could see the player on rappel, the 2 outlines inside, the keepers getting sent in. You could see the diffuser for the whole time of it as well.
Good.
I really liked that.
I thought, honestly, if we had 3D glasses on, that C4 probably would have hit us.
You would have ducked, wouldn't you? you would have recoiled.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
A Hail Mary of a C4.
Yeah. It's the same as Chalet, isn't it? It's just so dominant from PSG. Like, it really is. You just don't see this going any other way.
The thing is, do you not find it's almost a little bit frustrating, though? Because I would have preferred...
The more they play like this, the more it annoys that they lost to Weebl in the upper bracket.
Well, this is what I mean. I would have preferred these games to be like super close between teams that deserve it than like a real bad mismatch. I think that was always the danger when Talon lost against D+.
5 seconds to go.
you were going to find yourself with Talon just storming through the LCQ,
Objective is to defuse a
which is essentially what they've done in the most like villainous way possible, because they got dropped down to the lower bracket as well, and they've just rinsed through loads of different teams now. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like the real like villain story arc.
Oh. PSG. An ultimate attack for them. Got the Monty. In they go. No counter to the Monty, as we know, unless the C4s will be landing. And 2 of them have already been used, Ollie. Where on earth are those C4s being tossed out from? So only 2 left. And the Monty will just be able to walk up and get rid of that mirror window with ease. You will see that he will do. I mean, Misa's ready for the cutoff as well. Even has the Dragon Wall soft that he can spray through and attempt some challenging angles onto it. It's going to be peaked, though, by the Mira, who actually misses out on a kill. Thought Nats maybe would have had him there. He needs to try and assist Cupadeo, as he's going to need to come back to set at some point, unless he just wants to play his life. He's going to be prone. Inside a drum. C4 ripped. Oh, and it will connect. Ryder wasn't expecting that one. But now can they get Coupe out of there? Swing comes in from Yas, deals with him well. Naps couldn't really be in a good position for the refrag because of that player on the terrace window. So 4v4 is where it stands.
Very important operator to remove as well in the Capitao. Soldier, he's going to be allowed to push in a little bit further in toward Dragon, but Zoto canister, which could slow him down just a little bit. Maybe give him a slight chill. Maverick can rotate and try and assist in getting this wall open. There is a Zafira as well for the soft portion. Great swing from Misa, and he collapses. Lines them up. Oh, I mean, when stuff like that's going well for you, it's so difficult. Yes, out of nowhere. The distraction was perfect. Moon. By the way, that's how you walk down the stairs. Soldier not giving away his feet there. You can just fully extend and fully bully. Oh, it's I mean, he's playing with his food right now, isn't he? Open wide. The big aeroplane's coming in. Soldier with the beat down. Plant, of course, already going down earlier. Talon, 4-1.
Yeah. 4-1. Defender side of map, by the way. Just in case people weren't aware. Yas. Also attempting the Iron Man challenge. And so is Gotti as well. Weebl timeout. I mean, what possibly could they speak about?
Current affairs.
Such as?
I don't know. Weather.
Currently, Scooby-Doo is trending on Twitter.
Small talk. I don't know what Twitter is. Which website's that? Do you not mean X?
Maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
I made quite a lot of money when Elon bought that domain off me.
You see, he's announced his new line of robots.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
See, it's so easy to talk about current affairs. Like you can,
of course it is.
You know, one little throwaway comment and then bang, you're just having a nice little chit chat. So maybe that's what Weebl did. I don't know.
You seen iRobot? Have you seen Will Smith iRobot?
So I don't think I have seen it all the way through. No.
Well, basically, that's what Elon's made. Has made these robots who are going to help us, like with bring the shopping in and stuff like that.
Brilliant.
So.
I think they're just called children. I'm sure that's why my parents had me, just so that I could help bring shopping in.
You think? I actually I brought the bags in for my mum yesterday. Believe it or not.
This is what I mean. Exactly. It's just called having a child.
Yeah.
4-1. As you can probably tell by the topics of our conversation, I feel as though we're almost at the end of what we can discuss and how much smoke we can blow up Talon right now.
Yeah, I mean, we can make it simple. PSG good, Weebl bad.
Yeah, and I don't just want to sit here and, you know, become the biggest PSG Talon fan. They're playing well. Brilliant, great. It's fantastic to watch a team play well. But, I mean, Weebl are also just playing very badly at the same time. And that, when it mixes together, it's a recipe for a game that can be a little bit mismatched. And in this case, very mismatched.
Yeah. By the way, there was 10% said Weebl would win this map.
Yeah, this is trolls, man.
You're not getting that money back. I'll be honest with you guys. You ain't getting that back.
I think they're just Fabian haters, you know.
Lightning doesn't strike twice. We know we had that, you know, you put 50k that PSG would beat Weebl. Didn't work out for you, but
It was actually 88.
honestly, if you kept the if you had kept the money this time around, you'd be fine.
I know.
Ooh. This could be alive still. He should be dead. He's grimmed. He's flashed. He's everything. The trade's there, Ryder. Just about gets away with it. See, Weebl were also attempting that specifically, challenging onto that terrace angle. But half the round gone. 2 players dead. Monty's still alive. Another situation that just does not look good for Weebl, but a C4 almost takes out the Monty. It puts him down to 3 HP. Thankfully, with the Legion ban, there's really nothing else that could harm him apart from the other C4. That's the difference between a Blitz and a Monty. If Blitz is like 1 HP, useless. If Monty's on 1 HP, still an issue.
Soldier's going to know that. Just going to send a drone out there for the potential of a player underneath. And we can see that everyone is pretty much accounted for on the site. Gotti, he's going to rotate around and start to open up that VIP wall again. Last time he sort of flitted quite nicely just between the 2 different angles, swords window and VIP. Oh, and he's gifted a freebie! Sat in front of the blooming window! Might find himself a second here as there's a player inside of office. Naps. He's going to grow roots here if he stays there any longer. He's always behind that little bar. Got a bit of info to go off. Knows that there's one in drum. We'll get the down. Soldier should start to bear down on him now, though. The final kills come in. Soldier with a bang and Yas with a gun.
Five on half?
Tell you what, in Call of Duty days, you'd have called that camping.
What, just him not leaving the bar? Tactical insertion placed?
Camping doesn't exist in Siege, and that's one of the brilliant things about it. If you want to be a camper, you can. But camping was not something that used to be very, you know, well respected. It'd be frowned upon back in the day. Now it's called holding an angle and playing your position and all these. We come up with all these fanciful words for it to make it sound like it's okay.
We have had 2 players in PSG, not just 1, but 2 players who have played a full half and not died, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen that. Crazy. Yasser Gotti, who will finish the race first? He will be our first Iron Man here in Korea.
I think I'd probably say it'd be Yas. And I don't know why, but I've just got a feeling that he's like died the least out of anyone on the team.
I think by law of averages, you'd probably say Gotti, though. And the reason why is he's probably just going to be sitting in sight and the rest of his team are going to run around and kill everyone. So he'll probably never be in a gunfight to die.
Yeah.
I think that's probably a little bit more likely because you'd expect Yas will get into a couple of skirmishes here and there. But you never know. He could just win them all and not die. That could happen.
Yas and Gotti are actually tied at the moment. They've both got 67 deaths. Across the stage, that is.
Yeah. Oh, well, the Monty does make the appearance, which was expected, of course. And do have the hold. And the way I was speaking, saying, oh, Gotti will probably be inside of sight. He's actually in the most forefront aggressive position in the lineup. On the T-wall with a few mute jammers. Close with a shotgun. Misa kicks things off, though, with an opening pick. Takes down the Fink. A C4 as well will be placed, but doesn't do any big damage. Still does a bit of scrap damage to Naps. Misa essentially looking for a flank here, and is the coverage going to be there? Is anyone from Weebl ready for this? I don't think they are. One should be dead, and they will be. Moon's down. Misa. Just a simple flank. Yassels will picked up when in between that, and they're just running around all. It's just... We've turned into a rank match. Gotti wins it against Naps as well. I mean, like, what's going on? What is this? You know, it's... I mean...
Oh, go and get you one.
He's with the full deagle mag. You know, he's running around with a deagle. I don't know. Who wants it? Who wants the kill? Anyone? Yeah,
like
pistol. Yeah,
sharks,
go on,
aren't
mate.
they? They're like sharks.
Oh, dear.
Right. Well, the good news for everyone out there is that this is match point. It's also series point. And it's also Talon taking a timeout. I didn't know that Fabian did these anymore, Demo.
This would be one of the timeouts that we'll see on Twitter, where he's called the timeout. I remember he'd done it already previously, where he called the timeout, and he just called it for the sake of calling it. And he literally said, well, guys, how are you guys doing today? Like, that's literally just, he just started generally asking them about their day. And stuff like that.
I hope he doesn't take Yas out of the flow state, because he's 10-0 right now.
Guarantee that this will be up on Twitter.
Well, I don't know how much good it'll do Weebl. Maybe Fabian's saying, look, give him a bit of respect. Don't be chasing that final kill down with a pistol again. Ryder, sort yourself out.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, downstairs we go.
Bomb located by attackers.
Barbecue and kitchen. What could be the final round? And well, Talon are hoping it's the final round. There's maybe a small part of the players on Weebl that are hoping it's the final round. Just get me out. Just please be over. It begs belief, doesn't it, Demo, that Weebl actually beat Talon? Like, can we talk about that for a minute? Because how did Weebl beat Talon in a best of one? It just makes zero sense whatsoever. Are you there?
Oh, I am. I'm just,
Do you not
just
want
trying
to
to
talk?
think.
Do you not want to talk about how...
Here's the thing, as I was thinking, right, do we go down the line of, you know, bad day, or do we take the Twitch chat approach where people have been theory crafting, saying that this is all part of the plan? Losing today was to give them momentum, or losing on Wednesday, sorry, was to give them momentum for yesterday and going into today, because they had to play all best of threes. That was the plan.
Well, it does sound like a Twitch chat theory if ever I've heard one. Who knows? I don't think we'll ever know, will we?
Only one man we can speak to who has all the answers.
I like the idea of the C4. There's even like a really small angle there as well. If Monty does just stay on the threshold for any extended period of time, although Monty is very worried about the player below, C4 isn't going to land. Trying to shot you from below. Actually does a decent amount of damage there as well.
Yeah, half the round gone. Have been able to get into drum. Misa, how have you pulled off that shot? Coupe. Not a great series. I think he may finish Ollie on what, 3 and 16 is where he's going to finish across the series. Not good whatsoever. A failed flashbang as well. Doesn't help anything in the midst of this. Ryder actually close on the wall. Seeing what he can get up to. Does he swing left? Does he swing right? I mean, if he swings right, it's an easy kill for him. You know, on the rappel. But Weebl just seem as though they are stalling out Ollie. They have tried to attack these players top floor, but it hasn't worked out. So they don't really know where they go from here. They don't really know what they want to do. Yes, they have the Monty, but there's just way too many angles that the Monty has to go up against it. He just can't walk. You know, you've got these lag holes right beside him. You then got the players inside Geisha, main stairs. Just way too much for the Monty. Zad able to take down Misa, so a 4v4 is where we lie, as he's been able to push in towards Restaurant and at least pick up one kill. Down goes Ryder, as Inno has been supported by the Monty. Now there's maybe something that Weebl can cling on to here, a 4v3.
It feel like Weebl were getting suffocated out on the attack, but they've managed to find a space and they've managed to find a little bit of air. Soldier still in a dangerous position, especially if he can rotate around. Zad, great shot there from Soldier.
No, the Iron Man.
Zad's picked 2. And Soldier now has the remaining kills to find. How much info is there? He's got a red ping, but I don't think he's going to be able to stop this plant from going down. It goes down in the post, and there's a Monty there as well. Then it's going to be difficult. Actually is able to take out the Monty. So still quite winnable from this point, but a difficult retake to grab. Knows there's a player out on the rappel, immediately going to go for the angle, and the challenge only narrowly misses out on it. There is information onto Soldier's position as well. On the flip side, he's pre-firing everything. He's in danger of running out of ammo if he isn't careful. Maybe try and bait it out here, see if he can get a bit of a long arm onto it. But Zad is just tucked to the other side of the door. It's going to be Inno from the rappel to seal the deal. He gets himself off, comes inside, is able to find the angle vertically. The very same angle Soldier used earlier on. Weebl get themselves around. It's the third choice bomb site, but it's a start. Is it enough to swing the momentum? I'm not too sure.
No. The Iron Men have died.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
You were really clinging on to that, weren't you?
I was. I really wanted to see it. It's very rare you see an Iron Man.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Like, not only is Iron Man rare, imagine Iron Man.
Can I introduce you to Tony Stark?
He's not. He's no longer with us. I now know him as Dr. Doom.
What do you mean?
That's who he is now. That's who he is.
But you could still go back and watch an Iron Man film.
No.
Then you could be familiar with an Iron Man.
No, he's dead. He's dead.
10 seconds.
He died in the big war.
He did.
Unfortunate.
Left before insertion.
Honestly, if only Hulk didn't
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
push him over, the Tesseract got lost, then maybe he would never have died. You know.
Yeah, and that flux capacitor really screwed him over as well, didn't it?
Not good. Well, we head back to kitchen. They're going to make sure that they win it this time, and Fabian said, no, we go again. If we lose the bomb site, we do it again. Weebl, with the Monty, once again, will be maneuvering in from the other side of the map. But they did have a big issue, Ollie, with clearing away those players inside of Karaoke and T. I mean, they couldn't really get through it. It seems to be the exact same lineup from PSG. C4. We'll be looking for the alley-oop. That Monty is going to be in the way, and the Monty should be able to see the holes, and yeah. Knows that the player is going to be there. Gets the Dokkaebi in. Go for a couple of shots to C4. We'll scratch both of them. A bit of damage. Still alive, but like I said, it's the drum, Ollie. That it's you can get drum, sure, they're giving you that, but it's getting into Karaoke and T. That's been the issue for them.
That was actually Ryder's C4 as well. Misa still has a C4 down there. He's just waiting for the Dokkaebi call to end, and then players can get back onto the camera. Soldier is going to find the first kill elsewhere. Cupideo, a horrible time on the entry. Really continuing to cost at the moment. Banshee will slow the Monty down on the approach as well. That control of T is not guaranteed just yet. You can see players now starting to rotate out. One of the big problems Talon at the moment is that they've spent both of the C4s, so they are rotating down without a real reason or without a way of holding above really effectively. There is, of course, the chance of a super long flank. Speaking of long, the nice long angle being held there from Soldier. Just not willing to give up that black stair just yet.
In they go with the Monty in tow. But we're able to get in here, although it's just PSG have forfeited it. You know? I think for PSG, they realize that, hey, we have the man advantage. We still have a smoke on board. We know they're going to be a slow team. If we just sit on site and we play our trade game, then we should have very little issues with this. They have the smoke covering off black stairs. As long as the other players can just sit inside a kitchen and deliver and just lock that down, then there'd be very little issues. I mean, even that castle barricade's still up as well to protect the players inside of delivery. So it will be a hatch drop from Geisha the Monte. Oh, looks the wrong way, though. It's the player behind the bomb chassis. Should have been worried about not delivery. Moon aggressively pushing in towards Ryder, but Misa just lining them up right now. And out of time, out of luck, out of players. PSG finally get the kitchen under their belt. 7-2 the scoreline. 7-1, 7-2 in the series. As easy as you like for them, they move on to the grand final to play against FearX.
Well, I think it was the inevitable scoreline after we saw the first, maybe even half of Chalet, and just how good PSG looked today. Really nothing standing in their way. It begs belief that Weebl were able to beat this team in a best of one, and it really does cause you to ask further questions. But Talon successful. They advance through to our grand final this afternoon against FearX.
They do a 7-2 scoreline to finish this best of 3. At no point really did it seem like we were in doubt that PSG Talon were going to win this. Maybe for the timeout that was being called in the 1-2 final round, where we all thought, oh, what's happening here? I wonder what we're going to find out about that later on social media. But a very well-deserved victory for PSG Talon here. Weebl just were no match today. It was absolutely stomping them on every single front, what we saw from PSG Talon here. Once again, the fact that Yasuo and Gotti just have not died in the first round, it took like, what, 8 rounds before they finally died? The Iron Man challenge unfortunately came to an end, but that just shows how dominant this game was.
Yeah, you know, it was really, you know, it was like the meme, Anne, right? You know, Weebl, they played well today. They just need to work on the coordination, their gun skill, you know, their blah, their blah, their blah. Because PSG Talon had them at every single turn, whether that was in straight up gunfights, whether it was in overall strategy, or whether it was in team play. There was nothing that Weebl did that really gave us a glimmer of hope that they had what it takes to get, you know, more than a couple of rounds, let alone even a map. And on the flip side, Talon, everything they did it together. And there was that, you could feel there was that togetherness in the server today from them. And it went right through top to bottom, right from the drone game when they're on the attack to supporting one another when they're on the defense.
And it's a matter of how they won those rounds. A lot of the time, both on Chalet and here in Skyscraper, PSG had at least like 4 players alive every single round that they won. It just shows that Weebl really did not put up a fight. The rounds were so dominant in favor of PSG Talon. Sometimes we walk away from matches where it could have been a 7-2, a 7-3, and we think, maybe that scoreline doesn't show how close the rounds were. This scoreline, honestly, it really does. It just shows how dominant PSG have been here today. So one-sided. The kills speak for themselves. Everyone hitting double digits. 3 deaths in the whole series for Gotti is incredible as well. Guy doesn't die. Still getting his plants down. Still doing his job. Entry stats, so for Misa today, was just so dominant. Coupe and Skyscraper's having a torrid time. Zad and Chalet was having a horrible time. Yeah, just the entries were a big thing as well. PSG, they get those entry kills. They just sweep it from there.
That's to put it in perspective there. Gotti has died less than Cupidaio's got kills in the entire series. That is insane to think about if you think about the numbers that we're seeing from these players here. And it's no surprise that Misa is the series MVP, being consistent on these 2 maps, and especially the last one. I mean, we're looking at an entry 6-in-1 on the entry, but not just that. I think it was the final round that was doing it for me here. I mean, him behind that bomb chassis as if he was in the Matrix, dodging bullets, the Monty dropping the hatch, him getting the kill on that, and then getting the final kill with the shotgun on the player that tries to peek him from the right side. Just absurd. But it's been such a pleasure watching PSG Talon in general, but Misa excel today.
Yeah, Misa's done very well. You could have picked anyone really from the side of Talon. You know, they all had a very good performance. Ryder, Misa, you know, you could even choose Gotti just because of how few times he actually perished and was still able to have a big impact to get a lot of plants down. So yeah, big team performance, heavily outclassed today. you just think to yourself, how does this performance stack up, you know, on an international level? Because that's really what they're fighting for now.
It's just a lot of pressure obviously has been applied to this team, you know, since that loss to Weebl on Wednesday. It was like, oh, if they lose, that's them down. If they lose, that's them out. They have just pushed on in every match that they've had, and they've just won it. You know, the series, all the best of threes have been 2-0s as well. Haven't even had to go to the third map. Obviously, they're up against FearX. This will be, you know, their toughest opponent yet. And we know FearX also bring the 8 because they look pretty good today. But I just think the fact that PSG have came in here today, they're going to be feeling warmed up. That was a good little warm-up. I don't want to say scrim, but it felt like it. It was just a practice for them because Weebl really didn't put up a fight. PSG will be ready. You know, it's up to FearX to come out of the door swinging.
Well, Demo, usually when you pick an opponent for a scrim, you pick someone that's evenly matched to you, and I don't feel like that was the case today for this matchup here, but that means PSG is warmed up, and they have to be, because let's have a look at what is next or ahead for them for the rest of this day, because they have to play this grand final of the Korea LCQ to see if they or FearX can punch a ticket going into Montreal. This is what the entire bracket is looking like. We've got all the names in the right positions. We just need the numbers for the grand final. A warm-up to PSG Talon is a very scary PSG Talon is what we have seen before, but FearX themselves have obviously played one game earlier today as well. We'll be taking a bit of a break to ensure that these players have a moment of rest going into an important grand final, and then we'll be back after this.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it! Tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm tryna play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 greedy. It's low health though.
Oh, the take from Spirits in the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places, but Greedy has that one extra little bit to tie him.
Ouais, choc-les, choc-les, ouais, choc-les, 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 ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent, les entends parler et ils maîtrisent, j'arrête que pour rafler la mise, petit pas sur la piste, et le succès je l'ai pisté, disque la place du premier, je fais monter la côté, sur moi tu mises gros, tu connais déjà l'équipe, ça criera au complot, je prends le double, on est quitté, je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme je la triple, la concurrence la dribble et le stade est en délire, ça fait choquer, j'arrive pour tous les choquer, toute la foule elle est choquée, j'espère que t'es accroché, gauche, droite, esquive rageux, coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu, dans l'action ouais je me sens en feu, je suis on fire, je fais la différence au compteur, money time ça shoot sur le buzzer, switch, je suis on fire.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I miss. But I'm that man, they think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
This one could be a real slobber knocker of a game.
They've got to clear out that position. That one through the screen as Spirit pops the head.
Managing to close it out. Spirits must know that they're there. Manages to find the kill. 2v1 Frida is low health though.
Take from Spirits in the 1v1, holding onto the back of Spirits. They've traded places for Frida.
It's grand final time in South Korea with the LCQ. We've got to send one more team to the Montreal Major. That'll be FearX or PSG, depending on who wins this best of three. We'll have one more look at our bracket because this is what we have had leading up to this. We started with our upper bracket finals this morning. The best of one, FearX were victorious, moved on straight to the grand final, and then PSG just played around with Weebl until they beat them 2-0 and made it to the grand final as well. So I think there's an exciting matchup ahead of ourselves, given the performance that we saw from both these teams already today, and given only that both these teams have had a little bit of a warm-up.
You could say that, couldn't you, Anne? A little bit of a warm-up. I wonder if FearX managed to squeeze a scrim in the time that it took PSG to dispatch Weebl, because I'll be honest, you couldn't get much else done in that time period, could you? It was a very quick best of three, and I think finally now we should be into a territory where it's a little bit more of an equal matchup. FearX obviously coming up through the winners bracket, up through that upper bracket. So they've had a much shorter journey than PSG Talon have had to get to this grand final in the LCQ. But we know this team by now, very familiar with them, and they've shown themselves to be very capable so far this stage.
They've only actually played each other just the one time this stage, and it was during, of course, our last play day. They didn't meet at all during the LCQs, hadn't met in the playoffs. It was only in that last play day off the regular stage, and it was the only loss that PSG actually suffered, and it was to the hands of FearX. It was an 8-6 over in Clubhouse. FearX able to stop PSG from doing the invincible run. I wonder if they can stop them from making it to the major here today.
That is the question. We've got both these teams have already made it, of course, to the Manchester Major. They want to make sure that they make it back to this one as well to defend their chances of going into SI. And we're looking at their most played, most banned, most played and most banned maps for both these teams, because I think the maps could be so important heading into a best of 3 scenario like this. We have had so many conversations about teams hiding maps until they really can't anymore, and they have to bring them out to these important moments. Well, if there's any important match demo, it's this one.
So it's the biggest. It is the last game here in Korea for Stage 2. Last chance to see who will make it to the major. If we go through, the previous map that they played against each other, it was Clubhouse, and it was an 8-6, so fairly close. And it was actually quite an even game. It was equal halves going into the overtime, but then FearX were able to win 2 in a row. So naturally, you would think, okay, maybe both of them would be eyeing up maybe a Clubhouse here today. I think in terms of as bans are worried, I would say probably Border will be a ban coming in from FearX, as it always has been. Cafe as well. PSG haven't wanted to go to Cafe. Bank, I think, showing a lot of respect over the FearX. It's a map that we've seen them play quite a lot this stage, Ollie, and they've been looking very good at it. And then, again, for FearX, I think equally showing respect to PSG, banning out at Labs, so we know PSG going to be strong on that one.
Yeah, PSG, they do like Labs somewhat. Although they did lose to Weebl, so they are beatable there. Chalet going to be the first pick here. Chalet, a map that, again, we've seen come and be quite popular throughout the course of the stage, and particularly toward the end of this LCQ as well. It feels like a map that we very often get to go to. It's very middle-of-the-road preference for PSG. We've got a 1-on-1 record on that map. And in terms of a preference for FearX, it's up there. It's a second preference map. Lair coming in is the surprising one, Demo. For me, I don't necessarily think of Lair and think of FearX. I think in the context of Korea, I think of PSG because we've seen them play exceptionally well on that map, but they did lose it to Damwon Kia earlier on in the the end of the finals of the regular stage. So shown a bit of a weakness on there, but we know them to be a very capable team on that map, leaving Skyscraper up as a decider.
Yeah, Lair's the interesting one because FearX, they have played at this stage. It was in the very first play day up against Weebl. It was a 7-1. PSG, mixed bag in terms of results in Lair. Both of them up against D+. They won the first one. They lost the second one. So obviously PSG have shown weaknesses in their Lair. FearX are hoping to take advantage of that, but it just depends on how rusty FearX may have, how much rust do they have on this map, because they haven't played it in quite a long time. I think if you look at Chalet and you look at Skyscraper, maps that PSG have loved playing throughout this LCQ, that's obviously going to favor them. Honestly, the Lair is kind of where it lives or dies, for FearX. I think that's probably their best shot at taking a map here today.
You're spot on there. Like, that's going to be the big twist potentially in this matchup, given, the fact that we haven't seen it in a while from PSG, like you said. So it'll either be FearX coming out with a brilliant idea here to play it against PSG, or they'll be surprised on that map and see that, for example, PSG had been prepping this for a long time, or they seem to be better at FearX on that. I think the Clubhouse ban speaks volumes as well, given that this was the map for that initial matchup between these two, where you two said FearX beat PSG. It's the first time PSG banned this map in stage 2 here as well. And then going back to a Sky, I feel like that is a perfect decider, given that both these teams have already played that map today, and coincidentally also have a 7-2 victory against Weebl on this map. So if that decider is needed, we'll just go for a big battle to see who is the best Skyscraper team in South Korea as it currently stands. But yeah, Chalet, our first map of this series. I think that's going to be a really good one, given that we have so much individual talent on these two teams. And I can only imagine that it'll be a very good map.
Yeah, absolutely. Chalet, it's a map that we're very familiar with at this point inside a career. I think that we know that both of these teams have got a good handle as to how they want to play it. The worry that I've got for FearX is that PSG have looked hot this morning. Like, they're not just coming in warm, they are coming in scorching right now. And we all know that if players are having a good day, it can be very difficult to stand up to them and to shut them down.
It can be. Well, PSG come fresh of a 7-1 on Chalet against Weebl. So can they replicate that result? Or can FearX throw a spanner in the works? Let's go to Chalet to find out.
Here we go, Demo, the grand final, the moment we've all been waiting for here inside of the LCQ. We're finally going to crown our LCQ winner and send another team to Montreal to the major. That is what everything has been building up to. And it feels as though we've got the expected outcome. If you looked at the list of teams that made it into the LCQ, you would have picked Talon and FearX to make it to the bitter end. And this is where we are. One thing that we don't know, though, is who is going to win the whole thing. Recent form is obviously good for both of these teams, given that they are here in the first place. They've both won games previously today to get to this final. Talon, they got to show us a little bit more, though. 2 maps, 2 very quick maps, but 2 very convincing maps. And one of those maps was Chalet. FearX have been sat waiting in the wings. Maybe fearing a little bit with how quickly Talon were dispatching Weebl. It can't be easy knowing that you're going up against the team that's absolutely rinsing through their opposition at the moment.
Yeah. Also quite funny whenever you were saying, oh, I hope FearX were able to get a scrim in between. I'm not entirely sure FearX had the time because PSG just got the Weebl game out of the way with immediately. So that's what it comes down to is how much practice, if any, did FearX actually get. And look, just the way that yesterday went with PSG having, a best of 3 straight into another best of 3, it suited them really well. They carried that momentum through, and that's the fear that I have for FearX. It's just PSG looked so sharp, so on it today. FearX need to move in here and play some great siege themselves because we know they can do it. FearX, I think, are a team that, with that little bit of aggression, and maybe throw a team like PSG off. You look at the Brazilian aggression that D+ were able to bring out. The same could be said for FearX. They have that Brazilian coach.
They do. They have Dark. But it's almost, it's do you preference the Brazilian style of coaching or do you preference Fabian's style of coaching? Or is there even a preference? Is it just, you pick one or the other? I really don't know.
It's obviously clear to see that, PSG have that EU heritage, don't they? Because Fabian has implemented the stuff in there. I think that's the way you look at it. Fabian's obviously going to have the EU side of things because he's European. FearX going to have that more aggression, that Brazilian spice to it, just because of the coaching staff. Like, people forget how much impact the coaches have these days. Like, it's a lot. You look at other teams around the world who have, like, the Brazil influence. You look at Bleed, for example, Julio. See how aggressive they can play with the pocket strat, similar to Brazil. So it's just, that's the way it is. Coaching staff is always going to dictate the kind of tempo and the pace that your team's going to have, the imprint that the coach puts on you.
Going to be starting things off in the Rotero drone right now, just destroying some of that utility. At the top of those library stairs, a deployable shield will be the target. There is also castle barricades to be going at. Rin tried to hide the clash earlier on into the round, maybe anticipating a shield of their own being brought for the attackers. Something that PSG do need to be careful of here is that FearX are a very different opponent than Weebl. And they're not going to be able to afford to just try and run through them the same way that they were running through Weebl, but they have been successful in that opening pick. Rin is still threatening outside, but no one from PSG is really paying him any attention. We've got Gotti out there, but I think he's still able to get the wall open there. You could just hear the Selma going off onto that office wall. But Rin maybe hasn't done his job there in allowing that to be opened. Keep a barricade destroyed, and Mephi Going to choose now as the moment to retreat. Obviously, with Good Boy being taken out first, there's no more of those keepers going to be sent out there to worry about. Nice little pocket deployable from Mephi as well. He's just going to place that just inside of Piano there.
Well, Demic, able to get a kill back. That leaves now 4v4 as PSG. They're actually looking to rotate Ollie towards the solar side of things. Maybe looking at the Clash and saying, I mean, if Clash is going to be stuck inside of Office, we can't really go near her. How about we then rotate to the other side to where she isn't? And we'll see if he can maybe try and sneak a plant down inside of Bedroom, but hasn't been a great deal of movement, though, and it has maybe allowed the door to be open for that Clash just walking in now. They still have that bit of pressure as Misa is coming in from Fireplace, and he has that wall open that he can maybe try and play off. In goes the ace. 2 kills for PSG, though, Ollie. Barbed Wire gets the kill on the Soldier. Now it's a 2 versus 3. Misa knows that one is going to be tucked in towards the half wall as those Toxic Babes are starting to be deployed, and because that, Yas is able to take advantage of it, and Misa even finds his kill. PSG able just to set themselves up with as many opportunities, Ollie. See the way that they gave themselves so many different angles, players in the windows, coming in from Solar, still having that Fireplace. FearX didn't really have a safe position to sit in. They always had to play guns up.
PSG doing a good job again of suffocating. When they're on the attack and they get that advantage nice and early, it really is devastating. As you mentioned there, FearX not having anywhere safe that they could sit. Even the Clash just didn't really have too much impact. I think PSG navigated that Clash really well. Rinny's going to be playing the Clash again, and in an attempt to hide himself, is just going to be hiding inside of Blue. I just don't think that hiding the Clash is really doing all that much. PSG have shown that they're able to move quickly during the start of the round.
10 seconds to go.
The site has been set up somewhat in a more unorthodox manner. We've got a soft wall on Boiler and a soft wall on the long angle as well. A couple of holes in those walls are going to make it a bit more difficult for the attackers just to stroll on up. I think one of Talon's strengths is its roam game, or its roam clear. It might not be too much of an issue for them if the site is going to be heavily vacated. Certainly the snowmobile door is going to get opened pretty much straight away. We'll Thatcher Thermite combo onto that. When you're playing with the site as open as FearX have set it up, you better believe in that roam game.
Oh, this seems to be pretty atypical of, the attacks that we've seen former from PSG whenever up against Weebl. They open up that phantom pressure on that main wall, and they just rotate around and go for a fairly standard and default attack. The big comparison that we can make between Weebl and FearX at the moment, Ollie, is they've actually got quite similar lineups. They've got the Clash. Weebl also had the Clash. Let's just hope for FearX that the Clash is going to be in the correct position to actually deny the plant going in. PSG Talon, they do like to take their time with this attack specifically, so certainly running down the clock could be a disadvantage here for PSG Talon. So if FearX play their cards right, they could be in for a bit of bother.
Nova attempting to gather a bit of info on the Yokai drone, just sending it outside and hopping it up. Interesting that no ram has been brought to rip open that floor. No book either. Even though the site is heavily vacated at the moment, Talon are still struggling to really knock on the door of it. Still a bit of utility to discover. Another exothermic to get sent out. No impact to trick it. So it will be opened.
Just a little thing. They didn't use an EMP on that wall. There was no Kate on it. So they still have an EMP in pocket, which will counter the Clash. They need to keep that EMP for the perfect time to just destroy Rin. If Rin's going to be disabled, he can't do anything.
Rin is going to be dealing a bit of damage over towards Soldier, and you can see Demic move through with the C4.
Shot the C4.
Clash. Nothing that you can do about that Selma. That is going to get opened. The moment. Clash not really having the desired effect. There's the EMP trying to neutralize the Clash, and Mephi has to try and move in. There's no C4s, one Toxic Babe for denial, but cover Demic is providing.
Perfect smoke.
Rin going to be able to slowly start to zap away now, as not a lot that Gotti's going to be able to do as soon as this Clash decides, and the Yokai drone's going to come in as well. Gotti, he's doing his best to try and stick this. Oh, Rin, he falls. The kills, they're found, and the plant confirmed. Mephi is the sole survivor.
Yeah,
he gets
clean.
taken out by Gotti. There's a lot of belief there from Gotti to get the job done and to hold F and make sure that that plank goes down. The cover from his team was beautiful.
Exact same attack as what they did against Weebl. You know, FearX have obviously tried to put in the countermeasures where you've put the Clash in the correct position. You've got the Echoes as well. That EMP. Yeah, you could see it come from a mile off. That was going to be the thing to stop that Clash. And it wasn't a case of using the EMP to move in and kill the Clash. It was just to stop the Clash from slowing down Gotti as he went in for the plant. Because Gotti needs to be in, from the trench wall into that barrel position within a split second. And if he takes any longer than that, then he'll probably be found out. So that was the main thing, is that he was able to get across quickly and safely and get that diffuser down. He was as safe as anything. I know it maybe didn't look like it. The Clash is standing right there. As soon as that unshield comes in, those players from PSG will just swing onto that Clash like it's no tomorrow. They will fight for that diffuser going down. So all credit to PSG, an exceptional round from all accounts. FearX just lacking that reactive nature that you would expect to see from this side. I mean, there's really no bite back in terms of the kills. But this was the worry. PSG are warmed up. They're fired up after what they did to Weebl. It's kind of kicking things off very similar. I've seen similarities, which shouldn't be the case. Weebl and FearX are not the same team.
Yeah, FearX needs to find something, and they need to find it quickly here. Otherwise, they're going to be in danger of this one, running away from him a little bit. We're going to have the Doc playing inside of Library Corner, really tucked up. It's a position that can be very difficult to hold and is often the job of a Doc to keep under lock and key. Danger, of course, comes from utility like Capital's fire arrows. A couple of Nomads getting sent out there as well, just conscious of a potential flank.
Yeah,
Brava's
same
been
lineup again
this time.
Same bar attack. Exact same lineups as what they did against Weebl, but we've lost the Capital.
Yeah.
That's again, this is the difference between Weebl and FearX. So we needed to see a difference. FearX had to fight against the Capital, who was used primarily to push away the player top fireplace. And now if you can't remove that player tucked in deep behind those Azami barriers, you have to now try and figure another way to do so. The best way is probably to destroy the Kiva barriers and then send in the Grim. Because not only do you take away his cover, you then also expose him with the beast. So that will be their kind of go-to second option that they'll probably revert into. And as you can see, in goes the Flores drones, but no, never mind. Instead, they're going to get rid of the barbed wire. So that tells me somebody's walking in main door straight up the lobby stairs and is just looking to kill that Azami. But they've actually opened up the hatch. So he has to sidestep a little bit, just can't hug the wall. Honestly, I'm really looking at the fine details of this game because this is, I should be. This is a game of two top teams in Korea fighting for that final spot. These were the two top teams coming into the playoffs, don't forget.
You can already feel it's a lot more tense than anything we've seen previously. Demic caught out on the bees. Stun sent in, and it's Ryder to find Good Boy. It's a very late trade, but it will be a trade nonetheless. Yas adds on to the pain. Demic still caught out in the bees, and Yas is just able to walk up for free. Ryder, he's turned his attention to the other player inside a library. That's going to be Mephi, still trying to operate on this top of library stair position. Nova, maybe just going to try and push it up through the smoke. Could find a freebie onto Yas, and will do so. 20 seconds left, and the diffuser in Soldier's hands. Here an air jab go off as players flood the site. Holding on into Cubby now. The attackers are becoming the defenders.
Jeez.
Gotti and Ryder. Real quick, decisive play there from PSG, and it works out for him.
That was pretty close, to a bit of a whiffage there from the Nomad, but thankfully able to secure those kills. Yeah, great decision making from PSG. losing the Capitao obviously was not part of the playbook because they needed that to clear that gate of fireplace. They just really wanted to focus on getting a crouch walk in, which Chalet, that's the way the map plays out. You look at the layout of the map, you have those staircases, you have that big open mid-floor where you have those corridors all intertwining in towards lobby. If you can get somebody just snuck into a bit of a crazy position and they unload with a kill, the whole defense falls. And that's kind of what happened there for PSG, where they were able to get the players into the correct position. The top floor guys are thinking, what's happened to everyone else? We're doing our job. Library's still in my control, but I've lost. I don't have anyone covering my blue now. I'm terrified of fireplace. Obviously, Nova has came up to help them in blue, but as soon as Nova left the site, immediately PSG, straight into it. They see, nobody's there. In they go, get the plant down. The cover is there again. PSG, this is top tier the way they're playing today. I'm thoroughly impressed. I really am.
FearX forced into a timeout there to try and stabilize here on Chalet. They've showed us half of their defense and they've not been successful anywhere. Looks as though they've sacked the clash off. And the PSG were just navigating around the clash very well. Instead, Rin is going to be on the Wamai this time. They will have a little Azami castle and mirror setup going on. And of course, Mephi on that vigil. 4-man 6-pick from the attackers as well. And again, this just goes to and shows how good Talon's drone game is inside of the prep phase. Because look at what they've brought this time as soon as the clash isn't there. Soldier. He's going to be rocking the Monty. And maybe it's a coincidence, maybe it isn't. But they are exceptional at gathering that information during the prep phase, setting up those pre-placed drones, essentially giving themselves some default cameras that they can flick through. Very same that the defenders have, but the big advantage is that you can put them in a different place every single round.
What I love, it's the fact that PSG are just doing exactly the same as what they did against Weebl. So Weebl really was just dry run practice, wasn't it? Like, it's the exact same setup. It's their solar take, where they play a lot of guys in the windows. They have the Monty come up solar stairs. If anyone's on the staircase, they are dead. They will just get squeezed like an orange in a juice press. They're out of there. And then you just walk into site with the Monty. It's so oppressive. This operator obviously is the talk of the town, alongside his fellow brothers of Fuse and Blitz. We know this. But it's just so easy for them. You have that big window now, can cut off that section. Castle Barricade will make things a little bit difficult, and they actually can't get through at the moment because the castle is there just to pick off the Habana pellets. But actually not this time around, because the smokes went out to try and cover that. So the Castle Barricade's open, that's the main thing. So anyone who tries to cross over and stop the plant going down, Ollie, will be dealt with. You have the mirror window. As soon as he goes down, it's pretty much game, set, match for PSG. Rin, able to pick off Soldier. The Monty's died. How has that happened?
We often say that Chalet is a difficult map for the Monty, and there's a lot of crosses available, and Soldier's obviously giving himself up to one of them.
He died the guy in bathtub. He was in the bathtub.
Mephi, yes.
Oh dear.
Further players to fall. The timeout looking really good right now for FearX. Could this be their first round here on Chalet? It's a massive ask from Ryder and Gotti to clutch this one out in 45 seconds. We've still got the mirror window to go up against. Gotti will find one. Maybe gets a chance in a second, but you just can't watch everything. Nova, he's going to pick his moment to swing, and well, he's going to find the last one as well. Not able to deal with that mirror window.
I don't know if it was the mirror window. I think it's the fact that they lost the win con. They lost the Monty, like, from the get-go, because they misstroned a guy in the bathtub. That's how they lose that round. The Monty thinks that nobody's inside a bathroom. He sees the guy in the other bathroom door heading in towards piano, and he just walks an inch too far, and then the Wamai just jumps up and kills him because he's got his back turned. That's how they lose the round. Really? A missed drone? Oh boy. So FearX, not out of it as maybe what we thought. They get a round back, but still a long way to go. PSG are currently in the lead, 3 rounds to 1. Typically, I see this map as attacker-sided. I think 4-2 splits are usually the common only. Me and James, yesterday, Dev Mara, we had a discussion about this. He agreed. Do you also have you in the same camp as me?
Oh, new mates, is it? New friends. Friends.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe I don't agree, Demo.
Okay.
What now?
5 seconds remaining.
Well, I'll message Dev Mara then. I don't need you.
Moving to defuse a bomb.
Oh, I would agree.
Oh, I could get Fresh. I could get Xenox.
Wow.
There's been a lot of people who've actually been after me. Not all about you.
There's quite a long list, isn't there?
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny that none of them have come back for the back-to-back, though. Like, maybe there's something with you.
Maybe.
Or how the turns have tabled.
Oh, where's Tim? Need Tim. He'd never leave me.
No clash this time for the basement defense.
Nope. But no Ossa. On the flip side, though, you have the round which you were asking about. You know, how come there wasn't a round being brought in? Again, it just depends what attack you want to go for. If you're going for the kind of typical trench push into wine, you generally don't see any vertical destruction being done. But if you're looking for the other alternative, where you're aiming for that main stairs take and hopefully planting down in towards the silent cabinet in Snowmobile, then yeah, vertical destruction is a necessity. So I think we may be seeing a bit of verticality, and maybe that main stairs push may be coming in. But again, it's up to PSG to see how they want to judge it. Quite a lot of emphasis on the walls being electrified. You got the Bandit and the Cade have both made appearance. No Tub, because PSG have accounted for that and have went for that ban. So as long as they can open above, it just disables that Bandit trick. You can also just pop the Cade Claw from the wall if it is there as well. Of course, you have the Flash for good measure, but now the vertical destruction will come in now. This is just PSG just scouting out their options. You can see that they're not really committing to any one side at the moment. We'll see if they can get walls open and then maybe look for their push, as the Ace is in alongside the Thatcher. So Trench Wall and Wine are being targeted. So maybe it is going to be more of the same, as that Wine plant is going to be on the table. We'll see if PSG Talon can take advantage of the lack of the clash this time around, so they should have an even easier time actually getting into the bomb site.
Again, look at the info that's available on the drones. They've got a great drone inside of the site, and it's assisting them to get these picks. Gotti picks the first onto Demic. Nova tries to retake that position. Doesn't have a C4 where he is right now. Ryder, you can hear that LMG just ripping upstairs, catching the defenders as they rotate around. And he's not finished there. Misa, he's got the Vendetta out. Good boy. Where do you go from here? Rotates up, gives up the site. He had track stingers in his way. And guess what? Bit of information. The info from Talon has been fantastic, Demo. I keep harking on about it.
Another
I love
clinical
the
round.
drone game.
Honestly, it's exceptional right now. Like, top to bottom, we always praised them only, didn't we? One thing that PSG have always done well is the basics. And the drone work, I think, is included as a basic skill. Opening walls and drones. We don't ask for a lot. I think we have very low standards, don't we? We have very low standards.
But do you not remember, we had a conversation with Fabian in Brazil, because I don't think he was on Talon when we were in Brazil this February, was he? Did he not come in afterwards?
He came in stage 1.
Yeah. So he wasn't on Talon at that time. And I remember having a chat in the green room with Fabian, and it was funny because he obviously knew what he was talking about, because he knew that he was making the move and going to Talon. He must have already been in talks with it and stuff. But we were saying that imagine if you could get a team like Talon and teach them the fundamentals. Like, just teach them how to drone and stuff. And that's what Fabian's gone in and done. He's taught them the fundamentals. And it's just so shocking to see the night and day difference. It's like a full 30-minute chat on like fundamentals. And imagine if you could just go in and, like, you know, you could probably take a team to a major.
Program a team.
Yeah, you could take a team to a major off just going in and teaching them fundamentals in one of those regions. Like, it would easily happen. And the proof's in the pudding.
Looking good. And they've got the 4 rounds in attack, so they'll be really happy with that. But could they make it number 5? Maru with diffuser lurking downstairs up the hatch will be the play. This is an oldie but a goldie. I remember what was it? It was it the old Secret team had went for this take? You know, whenever Kendrew was still on Secret, I'm pretty sure they went for this take. It was really the first time I seen it be used in pro play, where you have the sense lines going in through the drone hole. It covers off the angles, and then the guy just goes straight up through the hatch. They will be doing it with a flash in the sense in through trophy. Hook has been secured. Oh, nobody's home. He's decided to play for the kills.
Well, Good Boy obviously heard that and was very quick to react. Maybe a lack of pressure coming in from that main door. That's something that PSG really ought to have known about. The worst part is that Good Boy's got away scot-free. He can now rotate to the other bar door and turn on the Vigil scanner. Keep himself relatively safe. This is territory that they don't often find Talon in, because a lot of their executes are... They build up to a big moment. They build up to a big execute. This was a bit more of a pocket place, and now they're left trying to find picks. Good Boy will be taken out there. Shots now onto Yas from Demic. Misa, next player to fall. Talon are just left picking at the scraps right now. Yas, he's going to find his 2 before he eventually gets taken out. Gotti, still doable from here, but they've got no vert. Because they went for a very direct approach, vertical hold is still going to be in full effect. Can collect the diffuser. Maybe he's able to try and bait something out. Knows there's likely a player that's going to be coming down from Solar, and we can see the other one rotating down blue. He can actually stick this. He can solo out these players, then he's got a chance, but Nova had a great long line. That wall being opened really gave him the perfect spot. It was maybe a better position to plant, but it's kind of debatable at that point. You can't expect Gotti to come away with it.
Yeah, the initial attack didn't work. Obviously, they went for a risky and bold strategy. The Amaru up the hatch. There's a reason why we don't really see it all too often, because the success rate is kind of like, you know, once in a blue moon. The big thing there for PSG Talon is, like, was the call there, like, was the play? He has to play for the kills. Like, is it more that he plays for site control rather than going for a plant? Because obviously, they've done things a little bit differently. I'm used to seeing the Sense gadget go in through the drone hole that the flashbangs were put in from, and then that covers off the line of sight of the mirror window. Therefore, you can get the plant down. But instead, they went for flashes alongside the Sense firing in the walls on the trophy drone hole instead. So it's a little bit different than what I was used to. But again, you just don't know what the idea is. It the idea if he plants initially, or does he actually have to play for a pick there?
A good split for Talon, a 4-2. I think they will still be pretty happy with that, and it puts the pressure onto FearX now. Even if it is an attacker-sided map, it's never nice coming out of the half at a deficit, is it?
5 seconds to insertion.
Still got a bit more work to do, and until you can fully relax into the fact that, yeah, you know, it's probably fairly attacker-favored. Now going to be bringing the Monty, a very similar lineup to some of the lineups we saw Talon bringing as well. Yeah. Well and truly in the meta. No hard breacher at all. No secondary either, which may come back to bite them. However, for a bar attack, it isn't always required.
Yeah, well, PSG were able to take 5 defensive wins against Mir Gaming whenever they played yesterday. We've seen them obviously play very few defensive rounds here, but today against Weebl, but still 2 of them was enough to get them over the line. If we even go back further, whenever they play against D+, the Wally, he only won 1 defense out of, I believe, 5 it was. So they've had a mixed bag, depending on how they do in the defenses, but I think if recent form is anything to go off, they have been quite good in the defense here in Charlie.
Well, a very quick approach right now. Gotti, he's going to fall. He's been left high and dry on the side. He had Nova bearing down on him. Misa, the next player to fall. Good Boy can reattempt this plant now, and the Monty can provide the perfect cover. It's going to be scrappy. The plant goes down. Brilliant slam from Nova as well. Yas, still got his C4. Got a bit of information, but he's death marked. He might get a flashy kill onto Rim, but that's all he'll get. Demic with the finisher. FearX, this is the exciting siege we want to see. We've seen the EU style from Talon. Now give me the Brazilian flair.
This is the weakness of PSG. It is that Brazilian magic. D+ were able to use and abuse that, and it's a big reason why PSG had such a torrid time on Chalet whenever they played against D+. Not winning a lot of defense is only the 1.5. And I think for FearX, they should be straight on the money. They should know what operators to bring. You have to go for those quick pushes. You have to play the shields. That is the struggle that PSG go up against. So for PSG, it's the question of, you've seen how FearX want to play now. You probably should have already knew that this was going to happen, but it's, you know, proof is there now. You now need to get ready for that style of play, because I don't think FearX will be changed in that Ollie anytime soon. You look at the lineup. No traditional hard breacher on the team. You've got Finka, you've got Shields. You know, really, there's no hard breach apart from the Buck hard breach gadgets or the Monty hard breach gadgets if they bring that. Callie's there as well. I mean, it's a funky lineup. It is. No, could be Monty. It's going to be a great combo for them. Yeah. No hard breach gadget whatsoever. Not at all. So FearX, probably solar take. You can get away with over solar take if you don't have hard breach.
It just frees you up so much not having to bring the hard breacher. Because it's very rarely bringing the hard breacher. Usually then you could committing someone to deal with some form of denial or electrification. So you can work it into the lineup and get away with it. It can really speed up the pushes, and those single doorway pushes then don't become too much of a problem if it's a shield that you're planting in that doorway, which you can do when Monty is available. And this is one of the reasons why we've seen PSG ban it so often in the regular stage. Real quick, sharp roam clear. Plenty of info available for Yas here, though. Camera is going to get spotted out. It tells them a little bit of what they need to know. There's a bit of a solar focus right now on the push. Or at least bottom of trophy threatening to come up solar. Look at Yas's position at the moment.
He's looking for a spicy play with a C4 run out. I severely doubt that'll be air jabbed as well. It'll usually just be the door frame. Just gonna wait for the opportune moment. I even think he made a punch hole just to listen out to see if he hears an air jab, but no, he's not gonna hear anything. This is the tense moment off the round. This is where it can make or break it. He's almost waiting for, like, the util dump to come in. You know, so the players from FearX are going to be distracted. Oh, there is an air jab right in the corner, but the Nomad just sat on the cam the whole time. Fuck is there for the trade, Ollie. But he still was able to get that kill. A decent amount of utility. The Monty is also gone in the midst of that. Nova's disappeared. And PSG now, Ollie, in the 3-on-3. With good control still off the bomb site. I mean, nobody's inside the bedroom. Obviously, with no hard breach, they're going to really struggle to get in. So it's just a time management game now for PSG.
Yeah, they've given themselves a really good position. It was a bold play from Yas to send himself out there. Soldier going to activate the goggles now. He's worried that someone's inside the bathroom. There will be someone close, but he wins the engagement. That's why you draw for the SMG when it's close range. Super fast rate of fire. Mephi could try and get the plant down here. There isn't any direct denial, but they are in a man deficit. He's going to grab that kill back, then look to go for the plant. Puts them in a much better position now. Good boy. He can somewhat cover this with the stuns. He knows there's going to be a player pushing him in through bathroom, but Ryder wins the engagement. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and Mephi flies around the corner after getting the plant down. He knew that the player was hopped up on the bed. Just playing ring around the rosy there.
Oh, it comes down right to the wire, 1v1. That kill that he was able to secure onto the warden who was just prone, where he just slips into the closet. I like, why is nobody supporting the warden there? Why is no one inside piano? That, like, he should not be allowed to do that. He should not be allowed to get that kill without dying for it at least. My word, 4-4. PSG, the defenses. It's gone from, you know, the defenses against Mir, against Weebl. Now we're looking at the D+ defenses where they just nightmare time.
4-4, as you say. The advantage now has disappeared. FearX reclaiming the rounds that they lost earlier. And Talon left sort of stumbling, searching for answers. Maybe the timeout isn't too far away. At the end of this round, we'll have seen half of the defensive rounds that Talon are going to show us here today in regulation. So could be a good time to call that timeout then. Well, there's no Monty this time. There is going to be a sense. Still going to be looking to try and play some of that quick distraction-based siege. But a lot of the pushing power has come off the back of a Monty so far, so FearX leaving that in the locker. May come back to bite them here, but going to be dealing with that mid-floor site inside of kitchen. Good boy already made quick progress. To tell you what, he's not slow player, is he, Good boy? He very quickly gets himself into the action.
Yeah, FearX, they have their fair share of gunners he can pop off. You know, Good boy, certainly one of them who has shown some really great games over the stage. We'll see if he can have a even better game here today, as he is currently 8-6, but he wants to add on to that tally. He is primed and ready, looking for a crouch walk just straight in that top floor hole, but now he will give himself up as he opens up the 51 window for his team. And PSG is going to stand and wait to see what happens. Walls electrified upstairs, but they have the Thatcher on board, so Walls going to be opened up with ease. They've also smoked off the single wall, so nobody can shoot it out from Piano. As we can see, Gotti has the deployable cover. Gets himself out of there as quick as he can. There's quite a nice angle here, but let's see if he can hit a shot or not. Again, just digs himself in even deeper. Yes, with the opening pick. That's actually a basement kill. The castle downstairs. Logic bomb. Able to go off, but no round or pushes actually coming in from FearX. They are stalling out just a little bit. They're trying to prioritize getting these walls open, Ollie, and maybe that castle downstairs has maybe thrown them for a loop.
Yeah, it could have just slowed them down a little bit. Ryder, he's going to be crouched inside of the bomb site, just trying to tuck himself in behind the chassis. Gotti, great pick over onto Good Boy. A nice long angle there. This top floor hasn't been cleared. And it is going to come back to continually bite FearX here. Mephi, with 30 seconds left, he's going to try and do something about this top floor, but realistically, what's he going to be able to do? The players are dug in. They've got Kiba barricades. They're here to stay. So much info as well. You can see the bulletproofs being flicked right now. Nova, he's going to try and walk in. Demic, he's downed. Gotti from the vert. He doesn't even get finished off.
Lockout.
Flawless from Talon.
Good round from PSG again. FearX is a little bit too slow that time around. I feel like the funny thing is they have went for the traditional approach, and that's the round that they lose.
Yeah.
I think that kind of shows that you just need to keep playing the fast and furious playstyle. That is what's worked against PSG. So I don't want to see FearX try and play like PSG. I just want them to play themselves, which are these little pocket strats with these great gunners who can play off the, the aggro operators that are being brought in. That's the siege I want to see from FearX. That's the only way they're going to beat PSG. You play fairly basic and fairly bland against PSG, it's not going to work.
Yeah, they need to stick to the strengths, don't they?
It's like giving frozen food to Gordon Ramsay. What do you think he's going to do to you?
Probably shut down the kitchen. That's a favorite of his.
Shut it down!
We're closed.
It's rotten!
This place is a health hazard.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
You're gonna kill someone.
The freshest thing in this kitchen is that bloody pigeon. Pigeon fire out the kitchen. What a quality episode.
A classic.
I like the lineup. The Monty's coming in. However, I would like a little bit more explosive factor to it. Like a Dokkaebi would have been nice as well for them. Maybe a Grim. It's still looking a little bit too defaulty for me, Ollie. Yes, you have the Monty, but there's still, you know, the Thermite, Flores, for example. I mean, Flores isn't too bad because you're dealing with, you know, half the amount of utility, the shields, castle barricades. I'm looking at the IQ as well. What's that really bringing to the table apart from the Valkyrie cameras, which I don't know if the Valkyries really had that much of an impact. I mean, Yas has obviously favored it quite a lot today, so it just depends on what FearX are maybe worried about. Maybe they see stuff that we don't. But yeah, they're going to be moving on in with their attack, and it will be that clear across coming in towards the library this time. Few roamers to deal with. You've obviously got that extension towards the top floor, but also Misa playing as a lurk role, and he might be gifted here with a kill. That Buck has came in through Snowmobile, but Misa hasn't went for him just yet. Obviously, he'll hear that because Buck is making a lot of noise right now, and obviously the call will be there that, hey, somebody's below me downstairs, and Bar Soldier swings for no real reason. Could have easily have waited for Misa to come and assist him. But because of that, Maffei has his eyes fixed towards that flank, fearing that somebody could be down there, and he is right to assume. Misses the flashbang, though. That allows Misa now to scamper away and get out of there. Maybe there's a drone on him, Ollie, so they knew about him. So 45 is where we stand into a 3v5. Another one just gives Maffei a kill. Why are they feeding him right now?
They're just sending bodies his direction, aren't they? 3 versus 5. Yas. Not in a bad position, but he's below. He does have a C4. The Rotero, that's going to remove the bulletproof camera. Further starving the defenders of information, but it's the Valkyrie cameras that we can see Ryder and Soldier holding. Gotti, he's going to find one onto Good Boy. Maffei, he's going to be there with a trade. A desperate attempt from Gotti. He really didn't know which way to turn. Misa, now on the walk up. Monty getting the plant down. He's still got kills to find, and plant barely going to be confirmed before Rin takes him out there. Nice angle through that piano window onto the rotate. Could see the vision there. As soon as things started to go wrong for PSG, they sort of defaulted into, well, we've got the C4 from below. We've probably got some Valkyrie cameras that we can play off. Let's see if we can make something work down that sort of an avenue. But I think the flood was just too strong from FearX.
I think it was really good reactiveness there from FearX. So obviously he's been gifted 2 kills. The Buck's been gifted 2 kills below. Maffei done a great job. They then realized that, hey, there's also another guy off site because they knew about the Legion. So you're in a 2v5 essentially because that Legion's out of the game. He's still running around downstairs. All they do is they just flood as quick as they can. You have the Monty, you have that oppressive factor. PSG, the remaining 2 players, cannot hold everything down unless you're an octopus and you can hold down every single one of those angles with 8 different guns. It ain't gonna happen. So I like the fact that FearX assessed their options. They looked at PSG setup. They said, okay, 2 guys versus 5. I think we know how that's going to work. They rush in. Monty does the job extremely well, provides the information. PSG can't breathe in that scenario. And yeah, we're sitting 5-5. This is the game we wanted to see, Ollie. It's not a rollover. This is a well competitive match.
Well competitive.
I went proper Northern there.
No, you've not. You've not. It is though, isn't it? This is what we wanted. This is what we've been missing all LCQ long. We've probably done full series in the time it's taken us to get to 5 rounds apiece right now here between Talon and FearX. Basement is going to be the chosen site. There's a nice little Goyo Vulcan canister on the drone hole. Stops drones coming in. It's a good thing to pop. EMP sent out for good measure. And the exothermic will open the wall nice and tidily. There's a glass on the side of FearX right now. Soldier will become important at some point. With the stack up at the moment, it honestly looks as though FearX aren't too scared about going for something quick. Now, if that EMP has hit the ward, and it could be lights out, but Gotti, he's found one. Glass has disappeared. The Monty in a horrible engagement right now will fall. Look at Soldier go. Well, the plant's gone down and players are left desperately just spraying through smoke. Soldier, need to activate the goggles, buddy.
That was a Goyo canister as well. You could have popped it.
Difficult retake now. Trying to rebuild some form of structure here. You're going to have to try and take the gunfight as well, Yas. They're going to get burnt through. Soldier.
Whoa.
Another big kill. He's going to try and go for this disable under the cover from Ryder. I tell you what, there's no one else I'd want covering me. Ryder has been lights out. He's got to win this engagement right now against Rin, and he will do. Brilliant play from Ryder. No cover, no excuses. Just had to hit his shots.
Right. A lot to digest in that round. So we kick things off with a smoke rush in through Snowmobile. Again, it's the Fast and Furious playstyle that I think works for FearX. PSG have shown that they struggle against that. Obviously, there's a lot of RNG going into that round. It kicked things off with Gotti just firing through the smoke, and the one player who he got was the most important. Takes out the glass. So where that strat focuses on is just dump that all those smokes in, just creates a sea of fog that you can't see through, but one guy can. He's called Glass. Glass just covers off all those angles. That didn't happen, so they had to go in blind. The other good thing that FearX also did in that round, well, not only obviously the strat was good going up against PSG, they sent the Monty directly into connector to contest against the Warden. So the big counter to that strat is going to be the Warden with the goggles. If you take him out of the game, you can get that plant down for free. And that's what happened. Yes, Monty died, but he done enough, Ollie, to waste the time, take the Warden out of the equation, so that plant goes down. What occurred then can only be described of a complete lack of comms. You have the two guys on breach, going up against the three guys on the defense, trying to aggress back in to get the diffuser. That can go either which way. It just comes down to gunfights. You have to question the third man. What on earth is the Dokkaebi doing? Where is that Dokkaebi in that entire round? Just sat at the back doing nothing. She needs to be in there with the team. She's doing nothing. All she's doing is baiting kills. All she's doing. That's where FearX lost it, is that man went missing.
Not a good time to go missing. PSG Talon really, genuinely win a round. That's what it feels like to win a round, Emma. That's what it feels like to watch a round that has been won. Because so many of the other rounds this LCQ have been gimmies. That really could have gone either way. 6-5, map point. This is their map choice as well, so we're expecting them to win here. But overtime is not out of the question just yet. Capital Utility sent in. Yas. He braves the rotate and gets away with it. Good boy only needs to hit one more shot there, and there's even Mephi covering this drone hole. A nade sent in. How is Yas still alive right now?
Well, as long as he's alive, he's still going to be an issue. Still has a gun. Obviously, the cap cans as well will be deployed around the map, and you never know. He could maybe get a kill from the grave if he does fall. But look at the time for FearX. No map control whatsoever at the moment. In towards that mid floor. Or the top floor. So they're going to really struggle here just on the time management side of things. And there's still a smoke they have to go through. Zamis that they have to break down towards that top floor. Rin kick things off with a kill on Demisa. The smoke will be dealt with. Oh, and Gotti has tried a quick one to eliminate Mephi, but he's better than him. So 40 seconds with a two-player advantage. Now this is looking a lot better for FearX. They have dealt with the players above, but no trace from PSG Talon. That's the shocking thing. Oh, yes. We mentioned 2 HP. You're still going to be an issue. There he appears. Goes to the run out. Able to pick up 1 kill for his side, but this Montioli, this is the issue. How do you get through Nova? You've lost the smoke. Yes, goo mines are there, but it's not going to kill him, is it? As long as they can get Nova into the site and get this diffuser down, I think FearX will take us to OT here, Ollie.
Rin gonna hop in, pick a kill, immediately caught into a goo mine, but Soldier, 7 seconds, the plant starts to go down. Needs to kill the Monty really here, and Demic, he's gonna be there with the cover. Any amount of FearX players could have picked up that kill. There was a hefty man advantage, and really the only way that that round is won is by killing the Monty and stopping the plant. As it stands, we're going to an overtime.
4-2 splits on each half. Wow. Impressive from both teams. I think it's been a really good game. I think they've both played exceptional in the attacks. I think they've understood the assignment. Obviously, PSG, the attacks from them have been, fairly standard, fairly basic, but done to such a high level that you can't do anything against them. and FearX understanding their opponent. You know, it's the kind of blitz-neck speed that you look at from FearX. That's what really causes issue for PSG. They just can't keep up a lot of the time. FearX, their strategy has worked, and same for PSG. So you would actually say whoever gets the attack and the OT would be favored here, and it is going to be FearX.
Sides do sometimes switch in overtime, though. What I mean by that is the balance can sometimes shift. If you've spent 6 rounds understanding and dissecting how a team is attacking, how a team is moving, it sometimes does give you a better idea of how you want to try and move forward. The formula that FearX are going with at the moment is fairly foolproof. And Talon are getting dragged into quite a few engagements that maybe they shouldn't be getting dragged into, or positions that they're just being forced into through good defender management that are making things a bit tricky. Castle barricade will be opened. Rin on the upside down rappel. See if he can cut through. There's no rush in these FearX attacks at the moment, and it's paying dividends for them. They're spending a lot of time gathering this information. They need to be sure of how they want to try and utilize this utility, especially as the game drags on a little bit. When we get into an OT, it's important not to make those small mistakes. A hop in from Good Boy, and he can make his way up solo stairs now. He's got Mephi on the rappel to assist him. He's just going to let the Monty, go first.
Yeah, similar to the attack that we've seen from PSG Talon. It didn't work out for them, though. So we haven't really seen the Monty push in just straight in the site be a success for the teams here on Chalet. But maybe this could be the change. Yas has decided to go for a jump out, trying to pick off somebody who could be on the bathroom balcony. Nobody there at the moment. He might try again if his teammates calls for it. And yeah, look at this. Monty just blocking up the door. There's a goo mine, though, which just stops that approach. Will get shot now, and if you think about how this retake works, when that diffuser gets planted, you can only retake through 2 doorways if you're the defense. If one of those doors is blocked off by a Monty, you are just going to be bottlenecked into a barrage of gunfire.
What a shot there from Gotti. He's going to push up aggressively. Misa as well. There was only one way to deal with this, and they needed to take the fight here to FearX. Now they've got the diffuser down. Nova. He's in a tough spot, but he's able to find one. Demic another. Misa had been downed, and I think he got recovered. Ryder's also down right now.
Oh, dear.
Rin's got a great cutoff. For a brief time, it was looking good for Talon. The tables have turned again.
Yas flank.
Yas. He's going to find one, but the plant being confirmed isn't going to make things any easier. This is a fight that needs to be won, and Gotti's going to lose it. The UMP doing him no favors there. A real slow, dumpy rate of fire. 1 versus 1 now for all intents and purposes. Ryder's out of the picture. Yas. He's done a lot of the hard work here. He needs to try and go against the Monty, but never an easy task. And see if he can bait him. Look at the time. Needs 7.5 seconds to defuse that. Disable that diffuser, and he's just not going to have it. FearX successful in their first round here in the OT. It's fortunate for them that they got the attack. They were lights out on the attack during regulation, and, well, in OT, it's no different.
Mm-hmm. You made a good point. You know, FearX and their attack was very oppressive, and I think PSG Talon understood that. They needed to go aggro against them. You know, you see that guy kind of came out of the smoke like Jack the Ripper, didn't he? And just jumped up in the bed and got a kill. But the biggest factor there for PSG Talon, why they lost that round, was they didn't have enough room to maneuver in. With that Monty moving over the bathroom and clogging up that door, everyone's kind of forced into that one central area. That kind of T-junction, as I like to call it, where you have that single doorway that leads obviously in towards piano, into bedroom, and then you have the rotate headed in towards closet as well. If you can't go towards bathroom, everyone's just going to be situated in that one area. And you see there's like 3 guys literally on top of each other. So they couldn't sit anywhere that's safe. And obviously with all those crossfires coming in, you know, Monty just on ADSs and fires a pistol because he knows he's probably going to hit something. You know, there's so much flesh there to shoot at. They get gifted those 2 kills. And whenever you are against a Monty, even though the man count is equal, with how good Monty is at the moment, it feels as though Monty is like worth 2 people just because of how good that operator is, you know? So yeah, it's really difficult to come back if you can't deal with that Monty immediately. And you see how easy it was then for the Monty just to stop that post plant from ever happening as well. Could just block the door, feed that information, tell his team to play safe, play aggressive, whatever he wants to do. So yeah, FearX, the Monty, is really working for them. So PSG, on the attack, the favorite half is what we've seen. We expect this will go all the way into round 15. But PSG need to take us here. And they will be attacking in towards this top floor. They have previously went for solar takes. But this one seems to be a little more of a typical attack where they're going to try and move in from library, get the walls open, and prioritize that plant if they can.
Terror drone going to be removing that utility once again. There's a big castle barricade set up here as well. It's cutting off top of library stairs from the top of fireplace. It's going to make things a bit more tricky here for the attackers. And it's something else for Flores to prioritize in terms of utility. Previously, when we've seen this attack from Talon, we've seen them use the Rotero drones for a lot of barbed wire usage. A little bit of castle, a little bit of deployable shield, but primarily they got rid of a couple of sets of barbed wire last time. They're going to be out his army that is on those library stairs and see if they can get a bit more information. Rotero drone there is going to come in. No one immediately ready with the catch, though. His army can just continue to reset this utility. Yes. Not getting caught out this time from downstairs. Soldier, he's hopped in as well. 2 kills there from Talon. Both individuals winning their 1v1s.
It's a good start for PSG. Minute left. They've really done most of the hard work just by being able to pick off the kills. Especially who they've killed, you know, Azami. As we know, that operator gets stronger as the round continues on. So, yeah, I think they've been able to at least take down one Kiba barrier that she just would not have been able to create. This is when she died. So, yeah, backs up against the wall now for FearX. PSG Talon, this is how oppressive they can be on the attack. They take it slow and steady, but it just hits with, you know, with a force of 100 punches. Damic able to get one, and Mephi also finds his engagement. It's now an even man count with 20 seconds. The time is slowly getting away from them, but there is going to be no more denial left, though. For FearX, they've used all the smokes. The C4's been used. They need to look at getting this plant down. Ryder has to pick up the diffuser and tries to move in, but Nova and Mephi, though, they appear with double SMG-11 kills, and Ryder has to plant. But he's going to be out of luck. It's only a matter of time before these players find him, and there we have it. FearX, they break the curve volley. They take a defensive win. And that means they win 8-6 here in Chalet.
A big result there for FearX. Stopping that one going from around 15. Fantastic. They were the team that had the better adaptation on the day as well. Picking up that all-important defensive round. A very attacker-sided Chalet. But ultimately, FearX getting it done in the end. A very quick overtime for them as well. 8-6. Much longer than the games we're used to seeing here today in Career Demo, but I am here for it. Absolutely loving it. We're going to hit a short break. We'll be back with Anne, and we've got another map coming your way.
ouais, choque-les. Choque-les. Ouais, choque-les, choque-les, choque-les. Ouais, voilà ce qu'ils me disent. Les entends parler et ils m'étrisent. J'arrête que pour rappeler la mise. Petit pas sur la piste. Et le succès, je l'ai pisté. Disque la place du premier. Je fais monter la côté. Sur moi, tu mises gros. Tu connais déjà l'équipe. Ça criera au complot. Je prends le double, on est quitté. Je fais la magie des chiffres. La somme, je la triple. La concurrence, la dribble. Et le stade est en délire. Ça fait choquer. J'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Gauche, droite, esquive rageux. Coach m'a rajouté du temps de jeu. Dans l'action, ouais, je me sens en feu. Je suis on fire. Je fais la différence au compteur. Money time, ça shoot sur le buzzer. Je suis on fire. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché. Choqué, j'arrive pour tous les choquer. Toute la foule, elle est choquée. J'espère que t'es accroché.
I don't know about you guys, but I was on the edge of my seat during that entire map because it was such a back and forth. But in overtime, FearX managed to take this 1-0 lead. They're on map point to make it to the Montreal Major. What a game this was. It started quite convincing, if I may say so. I think, you know, Talon putting in the great work, what we saw there. But near the end, I think round 11 has to be one of my favorite ones with an execute on the snowmobile breach. They were able to retake that. It's just absolutely insane to then push this into overtime and eventually lose the series against FearX. That must be hurting so much of your Talon.
I think it will be hurting a little bit. Obviously, it was a very attacker-sided Chalet, so I think the early success and stuff that we saw Talon taking, you could attest that to the fact that, you know, the attackers won the majority of the rounds. It was really FearX that booked the trend and were able to pick up that first round in overtime on their defenses. There was still that big individual performance play coming out from Talon, but it was very clear that they weren't going up against Weebl. You know, there was a bit of bite back and there was a bit of pushback from FearX in a number of those rounds. Yas, Ryder both picking up big 3Ks round 1 and round 5 respectively. You know, in the opening pick, it was something that really floated back and forth. There was no one team that really dominated that until we got ourselves into an overtime.
I think you look at the map as a whole, and it was a great show, Chalet. I think the attacking teams, they nailed it today. I think PSG obviously knew the slow and steady maneuver is going to work against FearX, where they want to go for the aggression. You shut that down. FearX can't do much. You then look at FearX, knowing that PSG are a team that's going to struggle with the fast attacks. So you rush them, you hit them with the shields. That worked really well for them. So I think both teams, the coaching staff, they got it right today. It just came down to the fine details. You know, there were some rounds there that FearX lost because they just didn't have somebody in the right position. You know, you think about that rush that they went for. Where was the Dokkaebi? You then look at PSG, the rounds that they lost. They missed from the guy in bathtub. It comes down to the finer details whenever we're dealing with a match with so much on the line and with two great teams.
Yeah, well, we talked about the fundamentals of both these teams being pretty much sorted out, but then it coming down to the fine margins as we're seeing. This really is a tough matchup, though. Definitely way different than what these teams have played against earlier today, given that they both got a quite easy matchup on Skyscraper. But Lair is our map that is up next. You have to hope that PSG Talon can bring something back here. We saw, for example, players like Yes. I think he had a great game as well. Just unfortunate for him to lose out there in the end. But looking at recent results from these two teams, I'm not sure if you guys agree, but maybe PSG have the better cards going into this, given that they actually beat D+ on Lair in this map midway through the group stage. FearX played it too. They beat Weebl on it, a 7-1. So I'm not sure. Do you guys agree? Maybe PSG can bounce back here, or do you think FearX will just thrive off the momentum that they've created for themselves?
I think that PSG, you know, they're in a bit of a down situation now. We've not really seen what they're like when their back's up against the wall. They've had a flawless run through this lower half of the bracket. So you got to ask yourself the question, you know, how do they bounce back from that? It was obviously a very close game. It was a very narrow loss, but it was their map choice at the end of the day. So we're expecting them to be good on their own map, which they were. They just weren't good enough to get the full amount of rounds over the line. So for me, you know, FearX, they're in the driver's seat right now of this one, and for PSG, we need to see them dig deep. We need to see how they react when things don't go their way.
Yeah, it's about that thinking on your feet kind of attitude, isn't it? It's if things go wrong, how do you adapt to it? On Lair, you would assume there's going to be a fair few mistakes, just because it is still going to be a new map. There's still going to be those teething issues that both teams are going to suffer with. So it's about how quickly, if something goes wrong, how can you fix that? Obviously, Lair's going to be really weird to call. It is FearX's map pick, but we know that PSG probably have the more experience on it. FearX only played it once, and it was way back at the start of the stage. They won 7-1 against Weebl. PSG, a mixed bag. They beat D+ 7-3. They lose a D+ 7-3. So I think it's really difficult to judge. It all depends if PSG have learned from their mistakes that they had against D+. And if they haven't, then what's to say that FearX couldn't expose those same weaknesses here today?
It's only been about a week since they lost that map into D+, so hopefully for them enough time to have learned from their mistakes and do that, because they have to. Like you said, Ollie, FearX is in the driver's seat. They can close out the series and book their ticket to the Montreal Major. The question is if PSG can come back, and we'll find that out on Lair after a break.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to get underway with our second map in our grand final of the LCQs here in Korea. Our last match on Chalet. 8-6 is how it went in favor of FearX. And that was PSG Talon's map pick as well. Don't forget, we head to Lair. FearX, they wanted to go here. So they better have something spicy for us. PSG, last time they were here, they lost 7 rounds to 3 against D+. As we kick things off into our banning phase, Monty will be banned by PSG. No surprise. FearX, we're just running them ragged with that. And obviously, you look at the Grim as well, Ollie. Fairly standard bans.
What's going on?
Even what's going on?
This is alternate universe. This is where you talk first and I talk second.
Why not?
I could get used to this.
No.
Let's get stuck into things right away. PSG reverting back to their normal ways of a Monty ban along with the Cade. Of course, it doesn't do anything about the Blitz, which is going to be a threat from FearX and something that PSG will have in the back of their mind. A Grim and a Clash also being removed. PSG Talon starting off on the defense. Quite a short turnaround in between the games as well. Obviously, it's best of 3, so there's no reason why you can't just bash straight through them all. I think for FearX, that could be a very good thing indeed. And particularly given that it was their attacks that were very strong on Chalet, I really want to see how that translates to a map like Lair, because Lair is, of course, quite different to Chalet. It's very new into the pool. There's still a lot of teams that are learning and understanding how this map works. And I don't think that we'll be at a point where anyone's got a perfect handle of this map until, a year or so down the line. It usually takes a while for maps to really get integrated into the competitive rotation. As such, it can be a bit more difficult for the attackers. The difficulty is not what FearX found on Chalet, quite the opposite.
So let's have a look and see the setup for the top floor. Again, we've seen quite a few layers across the regions, and every region does seem to do things a little bit differently, but for the most part, they all have one thing in common, and that is trying to put as much pressure as you can onto the R6 room. That seems to be the favorite position that teams like to plant in. Yes, we've seen a couple of teams try and come in from, Mez and just walk in to the site using the 2 double reinforced walls and planting, but very difficult whenever you could be up against smokes. The Chankas, for example, have even been seen, to great effect. It can be quite tricky. You look at the lineup for FearX. You have the Blitz. You have the Ying. You have that little bit of chaos. I'm curious with the Amari play. Looks to me maybe going up the hatch, but that hatch that goes directly into the site, it's going to be covered by a fair few angles, so he really needs to be careful with that Gara hook and use it at the correct moment. Here comes the Blitz. Here comes the execute.
Misa in position. Demic finds himself down to C4 drawn and sent out to no avail. And Yas was just caught lacking there. Ryder is going to find one back as a trade, and a previously downed soldier will be confirmed. Still, Demic is down. 3 versus 3. A chance to recover him right here. Nova just being cautious. He's not going to get flanked on. Misa ran out for the kill onto Mephi. Eventually, this revive will come through, bringing us to 3 versus 3 again. The initial push has been batted back right now, and it's now going very one-dimensional, but that works very well for a Blitz. How did Misa get away with 1? You got to be a bit quicker than that, Nova. Still, 2 versus 2, 40 seconds, low HP on a player on either side. But again, you come into the same problems. You're trying to push through a single direction. It's known where you're coming from. Gotti gonna try and pre-fire. Instead, chooses to relocate. Nova takes a few shots to the feet, but can storm through. This is Blitz at their best right now.
That's 1v1.
Gotti now in the 1 versus 1. Nova, he's trying to get the plan down right now. He needs to be careful. Just gets the shield up in the nick of time. Gotti's got to run away, but he's full white flash. Nova. A masterclass demo. Player after your own heart, you could say.
I was literally just going to say that as well. He certainly is. My word. I mean, Blitz, you give him the individual engagements, PSG. What are you expecting? I could see it happening in that 2v2. I was thinking, you look at where the Frost is, you look where the Bandit is. They are so far apart between one another. And what's in between them? A Blitz who can choose to go left or go right and just aggress onto whoever wants to show their head first. It's so easy there for the Blitz. You know, he is the perfect operator in a 1v1, and he was basically gifted 3 of those at least. So yeah, all credit to Nova. Quad on the Blitz, kicking things off strong. PSG, they need to play more together there. It was very individual, and if you give them that chance, they're going to take advantage of it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And that's the worry for Talon. How do you deal with that blitz? How do you combat someone just running you down, full white flashing you, bashing you around?
5 seconds remaining.
They're going to have to come up with a couple of things to really deal with that. The Warden obviously going to be a mainstay. If you're not flashed, it is a bit easier. Legion, the Malusi Banshees should slow down the approach, but again, it's easily countered. You bring something like a Brava, and all of a sudden those Banshees are going to start working for you as opposed to against you. The answer isn't entirely clear and can often require a lot of teamwork. They are going to attempt a different site nonetheless. They're going to take us into the mid floor. Top floor clear will be required. And that's really where the Blitz comes into its own. Once these windows are opened and the Blitz can get sent in, you can then start to bully the defenders and cause them to turn their backs and run away. And that's where your attackers can catch them on the rotations.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Let's hope FearX will just try and play a little bit more tightly knit. Now this bomb site, I remember D+, they actually had quite an easy time over here. Remember, they just kind of walked in and planted because there was a very lackluster amount of soft destruction done to the flooring by the defenders, who obviously will hold in towards that top floor. So hopefully they have opened up all the angles and FearX simply can just not walk into the site. First Candela is going to be popped, and you can see where FearX are wanting to push in from. Again, it's that R6 room. They have that Blitz ready to go. Logic Bomb as well, alongside, of course, those Candelas. The Ward needs to be switched on here, though, from Yasin. Good boy. Look and see if he can maybe lurk a pick here against the Bandit, and he will do so. Misa off the board, and just straight into the site is where he's going to go. His top floor is starting to be exploded upon.
Well, the plan going down there. Demic trying to nail it to the floor. Gotti, he's low HP. More smokes getting sent out there. Blitz eventually will be downed. Ryder can find the angle. The vertical cover not sufficient right now. And there's quite a hefty retake on the cards. Rin going to be holding a close angle here. I think he's known, though. Going to go for a bit more of an aggro swing, and we'll find Gotti. Does he know there's another one immediately behind him? No. Yas comes in for that trade. Good boy caught out in a goo mine upstairs. Soldier still trying to hold on. He doesn't want to give up this vert. He's going to rely on his team to work for him below, but Good boy and Demic, they clear up shop. Smash and grab there. The plan going down almost under Talon's nose.
Say smash and grab. I actually think that was well coordinated. So FearX drone everything out. You can see the strategy from PSG Talon. They want to hold above. They have all the angles upstairs ready to go, stopping players from walking in. They drone out just one guy in sight. They drone out a bandit. They then go looking for that bandit. You know, Misa dies to that Brava. And as soon as that body hit the floor, they were like, now we go. And did you notice that the players upstairs, their job wasn't to go in and clear everyone above. It wasn't the case of you have to go in there and kill them all and get them out of top floor. All they had to do was be the distraction. It was that old bait and switch. You send the Yings in, you send the Blitz in. Those players cannot play in those vertical holes if they're being pressured by those two operators. They always have to play guns up. The plant goes down. Those guys could just die. They can fall off. Plant's secured. You can play the post plant as easy like from FearX. So great attack from them.
Well, they were good on the attack on Chalet, and they are good so far on the attack here for Lair. Talon still scrambling to find a site that they can defend. They're going to go to another choice of bomb site right now and take us downstairs. Top floor, not working. Mid floor, not happening. It's the basement. And the cap can. Is that going to be the difference? Should be fairly easy to spot out on the drone. Even got a twitch that you can destroy a couple of those cap cans with if you like, and with it, of course, the default cameras. They are going to bring the Goyo this time. I think that's a good idea to try and do a little bit of area denial. They are going to need it because FearX really suffocating at the moment. Not giving much room for Talon to breathe. Another Lion scan. Stuns come in. Opening pick this time for Soldier. Immediately traded though. Mephi is going to be there on that Deimos for the direct trade.
Yep, PSG in the driving seat now. Because they do have the man advantage, but FearX still able to get the diffuser down, and because of that, has to be a retake. And this is where the Goyo counters actually play against it. But for FearX, they can just trade their kills and hope that the time does enough. Then yeah, that's going to be fine, but it's going to be difficult. Just with that extra man, you'd be surprised to see what can happen. But PSG, there's no movement. I mean, there's just not a lot happening. They're not working together. They're not flooding in. Just going in one by one, Ollie. That's not the way to do things. Ryder is there with a trade. The shotgun close from Mephi is enough to take down the Vigil. Ryder trying his best, but the timer's going to be out, and he even gets a nade kill as well. I mean, FearX, they're just able just to force their way into the site. But you really would have thought that PSG would have a better retake there. I mean, you look at the positions there, FearX, all of them are in the bomb site. It's not as though someone sat outside of a window. It's just a terrible angle. All of them are in killable positions.
Very strange. Someone else who must think it's strange is Fabian, as he called a tactical timeout. PSG have showed us a full rotation of defensive sites, and they haven't picked a round up anywhere. The plant is consistently going down, or at least consistently being a main focus of the round from FearX.
Can go down. The plant can go down as long as you are playing for the retake. And I really thought that's what they were doing.
They were just too static in the retake, though. This could run away from Talon. And for all that we had a close Chalet, it doesn't mean that by default Lair is going to be close at all. But to contextualize it, we did see PSG Talon take a very significant lead at the start of Chalet. They got a 4-2 split, and it very quickly switched back into FearX's favor once we saw the benefit of the sort of side advantage level out, if you will, and they got themselves onto the attack. Back to the top floor we go then. Couple of differences in the lineup. Main one going to be that pulse being brought from Soldier. Now there's no Warden this time. It isn't a massive thing, but it is kind of nice to not be blind. I kind of like not being blind, Demo. Do you?
Well, that's why I have glasses, isn't it? I don't think it's appropriate to ask me those questions.
Guess who else has glasses?
Him?
Warden.
Oh yeah.
5 seconds to insertion. Setting the welcome mat. Attackers are moving.
He's not here.
I think everybody wears glasses really nowadays, don't they?
I think it's quite trendy, isn't it?
I can't think of many of my sort of friends. I mean, I haven't got many friends, but I can't think of many of them that don't.
Yeah, eyesight is quite a pain.
Need to preserve it by not getting full whited by a blitz.
Yeah, I think that doesn't help our eyesight either. And thankfully, though, none of the Yings, none of the blitzes. Still a few flashbangs here and there, but again, not as oppressive as what we've had recently. PSG, bit of a different strategy, because naturally, if you see a pulse, you would assume that they're going to try and play for plant denial from below. And there is a fair few C4s as well. Not only is Pulse bring his own, but you've also got one from the Mute and one from the Bandit. FearX, though, almost reverting into a bit more of a default take, which is what we're kind of used to seeing from them. So I think it begs the question, is the slower approach going to work better against the Pulse? Because obviously the Pulse would be downstairs, fishing for, like, a blitz who could just be, Blitz a lot of the times quite static in his own. Whenever he's kind of sat on a doorway, he's just waiting for all of his teammates to get in position. That's where Blitz actually is quite a big target for a C4. We see a reverse bandit trick. Look at this.
I like that. Demic, we'll punish Misa for placing those bandit batteries. Misa seemed to really overreact to that, by the way. A smoke got tossed out.
He ran back in the site and walls open. Hello?
So They tossed a smoke out. Misa C4s it and sprays it, then goes for a reverse bandit trick. And, you know, he's just doing too much. Just stand still. You don't need to do that much. Good boy below. He's going to be searching out for players inside of Ops room.
So they're going for
Gas could be about to have the flank of a lifetime right now. Mephi is dead, so there could be a flank drone that is watching this, but Yas is looking for a super skinny angle at the moment.
I was going to get away with this.
He's just going to be able to walk in and find Nova. Rin is there with the trade. Demic finds Ryder. Rin has been downed. Might be chance to recover Rin at this rate.
Yeah, there is.
He's scrambling to get out of the Ops doorway.
Oh, Soldier trying to get a kill back.
Good, I tell you, Good Boy's just, Demic's just solo pushing this whole thing, isn't he? He's like, don't worry, you go and get Rin up. I'll just make it into a 3 versus 1 while you do that.
He's got a kill every minute of the round, hasn't he?
Unreal.
Yes, a lot to do. No C4 as well, so just the guns, that's all he has. Flashbangs will go in. Oh, wins the first engagement, Demic. Finally will be finished off, but again, that diffuser goes down. So 1v2, and it will remain a 0v2. This Good Boy is quick on the trigger. I mean, a bit of a messy round, to be honest, from FearX. I mean, they really struggled with disabling Gotti on that position. They tried to buck him out, but he was still able to get a kill beforehand. I don't know, it just felt as though other players from PSG went missing. It's there's a lot of players there who have died, who are in avoidable positions. Like, you should not be there. You think about that Pulse just roaming the corridors. You think about the Bandit. The breach is open. He's trying to run back into sight.
Yeah.
Attackers need to look.
So the timeout was called, and it hasn't paid off. This is where we really, really worry for PSG. They are in dire straits now.
I would say the timeout got called, and it's worse. Players were even more lost in that last round than we've seen them in the previous 3. FearX going from strength to strength right now. And like you say, Demo, it was a weird round. It was a scrappy round. It was a different approach to what we've seen FearX have previously. And yet, you look at it and you think, well, if they're winning those rounds, if they're rallying and getting those rounds over the line, then
what can't they do?
What can't they do? Yeah, they're fully deserved of the scoreline.
Oh,
I believe there is some serious there's some serious weight behind this game as well. Obviously, these two teams are playing for a spot in the Montreal Major. That much is clear. This is the lower bracket, or the LCQ here for South Korea, and the winner of this will be going to Montreal. So that's a given. The thing that is up for debate and contention is the SI points, Demo.
Yeah, PSG, I think we've said it a few times, currently joint 10th, but they are out with the 3 teams joint 10th. They're actually in the bottom one. So if we're going to buy the kind of classic round difference, table standings, they actually will finish below Bleed and Gaming Gladiators. So they really need to get these SI points if they don't overtake them. For FearX, obviously getting SI points from qualifying for the major doesn't secure them immediately. They actually, I think, have to get a bit of a deep run to be qualified for SI. So they can't bomb out of phase 1, which is kind of what they've done previously. So there is more pressure for FearX, not only if they do go to the major, but they actually have to perform well at the major. For PSG, I'm fairly confident they don't even have to play well at the major. Just get to it, and they'll get enough points, I believe.
Some really nice synchronization there on the hard breach utility from Mephi and Demic to get that wall open. Bandit not able to trick. Got double shields being brought this time as well. You've got the fuse and the blitz. If the shields are something that PSG are struggling with, then why not just double down on it? You can hear the slew of utility being sent in, and the Alder reigning true for Soldier isn't going to last too long. Down for Mephi. Misa will take him out. Yas, a great kill onto Good Boy. It's not often you see him out of position. Rin now left to try and pick up some pieces in this round alongside of Nova. The initial push hasn't really gone very well for them.
Time for kills.
Nova is still going to be allowed to go in. Looks like he is going to start to try and play for some kills. There is no C4s to really, retake this vertical with, but
drop into the hatch.
There's potential to open up some of this site, but instead Nova's just going to drop down immediately. Taken out, caught in the sprint. Rin left with no choice. I thought with him having 2 breaching charges, they'd try and open up a bit of floor and try and find some angles.
I honestly thought he was going to run straight through, realizing that, oh, look, all these guys are above, and he's going to run straight through and then just try and drop the hatch and try and plant or something. I thought he honestly was going to go for a crazy play, but instead he went for the kills, and it has not paid off for him. So Rin... Oh, never mind. What even finished the sentence?
Jack in a box.
Finally, PSG. They're not dead, everyone. They are alive.
Well, hey, I tell you what, a 2-4 split was good enough for FearX on Chalet.
Hold on, let me see the D
Don't
plus
forget.
game. Let me see. So D plus and PSG in that grand final for the first spot for Korea for the major. It was the attacks that PSG really struggled on. They didn't take a single attack against D plus. They walked away with 3 defensive rounds and 0 attacks, and they lost 7-3.
Right,
So
well, they've done worse here already in the
already done
defensive
worse,
rounds.
and they still have the half which they just struggled with last time.
Yeah. But then, wasn't the first time PSG and D Plus played on Lair as well?
5-1 split.
And that's where PSG won 5 rounds on the attack.
Yeah, it was a complete reverse effect. I don't know what happened, but yeah, two completely different games.
Yeah. They're just a yo-yo team on this map, you know, until we get more data on it, really.
Well, if they went up the first game, they went down the second game, where does the yo-yo next?
The yo-yo does go up and then down, and then up, and then down again.
Is this going to be an up game?
Sometimes it spins at the bottom, though.
Sometimes you walk the dog.
Well, so you might walk the dog.
Sometimes you might be the invisible man.
Or rock the baby in the cradle. Is that one?
Oh, boy.
Shoot for the moon. Who knows? Basically, the information and the data out there isn't conclusive by any stretch. So who knows? All we're going to have to do is sit tight and watch what happens before our very eyes. Good for PSG to get around and good for it to come at that time. It still gives them a chance of going on a 2-4 split, which honestly might not be the worst thing in the world. Rotero drone can move through, destroy some of that barbed wire. Blitz has been brought here, and Nova has been a menace when they've attacked this top floor with that operator. Stun's going to get sent in alongside Candela's. The Flames, they're going to give Nova a bit of trouble. So much so that he gets down and finished off. Gotti and Yas starting things here for Talon. Demic left scrambling through the smoke, trying to find a glimmer, a hint of color. And all he can find is a whiff and a windy breeze. Moving on through. Rin makes good on his LMG. Go for a little bit of a stun out here, but Misa was there with a direct trade. Not looking good for FearX at the moment. 2 versus 4. Minute 15 left. Another smoke getting sent out. Demic, can you redeem yourself? Is there anything that you can find this time? Still desperately moving through the smoke. He's going to be in danger of moving too far through it at this point. And Misa predicts perfectly. He's got information. Gotti started the round and he'll close it. 9mm on the frost there. Good for that last kill. 4-2 split for Talon. They come alive in the last 2 defenses.
Yeah. Been able to at least steady the ship somehow. I think that the reason why PSG have been able to actually, turn things around those past 2 rounds is they have actually just traded each other. They've been able to play a little bit more closer. They haven't been allowing these single picks just to come for FearX as easy as what it has. You play together, you trade off your kills, you will win the round. So that's the big difference there for PSG. Now we move over into the attacking half for PSG and the defensive half for FearX. As we mentioned previously, last time they were out here, PSG didn't take a single attacking round win. The pressure's going to be on them. FearX obviously setting themselves up in great shape with 4 attacks on lair, usually seen as defender-sided. So they're in good standing. So the pressure is all on PSG. Look at the lineups from both sides. PSG also favoring a blitz. Scopos gets picked up as well from Good Boy. Big Matt. Makes sense to have the roamer there.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We love a bit of Scopos play. You know, I really don't care who wins. I would really like PSG to win, though. Just this map for the story, so that it's 3 maps. And then anybody can win. I don't really care. But we've had a very one-sided LCQ. A lot of 7-3s, a lot of 7-2s. It was lovely that we got an 8-6. But I don't know. Am I being greedy, Demo? Am I trying to squeeze a little bit more than there is to be squeezed out of this?
Maybe.
Have we had all the juice out of this already? I don't know. I just feel like there's more to give. There's more to offer. I want PSG to give the best possible account of himself.
I think this round's the decider, though, because a 5-2 to a 4-3 is a big difference.
Yeah.
So I think PSG really need this if they want to give us a little bit of hope left and show that there is more to show. FearX, they win this. They are cruising in the fast lane all the way to Montreal. So Ying and Blitz. Ian brought in. Warden will be in effect, though. They may struggle with the mirror windows, Ollie. They don't have any Ash on board, any Kali, any Twitch. The usual suspects to take out the mirror isn't going to be there. PSG are just setting up quite slowly, may I add. Only half the round gone. No map control being taken either. You still got the mirror windows to deal with, so taking our Citron's going to be difficult. The Ying will explode in with a couple of Candelas, but the smokes in retaliation. Mace has been able to crawl into a corner of safety alongside the Blitz. What a flank from Demic! In his own smoke! Inside a bathroom, Soldier's gonna try and push through him! They're fighting the gas, and Demic comes out of it on top! What a play from Demic! A 2v3 that Yas and Ryder have to salvage for their team! Look how far away they are, both on opposite ends of the building, Ollie! They need to play together!
Yas is gonna try and make a move. Ryder. Now is not the time to hold an angle. You need to try and buddy up. He might catch Good Boy, though. If Good Boy just overstretches a little bit here. There is a bit of info. You can see a yellow ping just dissipating there. Ryder. The hopping is the audio cue that he doesn't want to give away. The beeper there as well. You don't hear the hop, you're going to hear the beep. Demic, pick your moment to swing. Beautiful stuff from him. What a round he's had. Well, you can take out the Scopos, but what's the point? The real Scopos is going to be there to swing your ass.
FearX. That's all I need to say is Demic.
Well, you know what? I think Demic played that so well. You imagine, do you remember when there was talk a couple of months ago about Smoke doing damage to himself if he was in his canister?
They did that? Do you remember they did do that? They put it in the they put it in the test server once, did they not? Was it test server? I don't did it make official launch? I forget. It was definitely in the test server though, because they tried that and then Union Jack had a big community backlash against it, didn't he? He led the charge.
I think Nick got involved as well, didn't he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Union Jack had like a freaky tweet pop off as well for it, and yeah, then all the pros got involved. Yeah.
But you imagine if that was still a mechanic, like that's why it's important. I think that Smoke can stand in his own smoke. You know, it's yellow. It isn't visual blocking as much as it is, you know,
it is a little
area
bit.
denial.
I think it still does. It still does. I mean, definitely the Blitz had no idea what was going on. The Blitz did not see anything. So
he was in the spin cycle. Yeah, he was fully in the spin cycle.
Attackers are heading out to defuse.
But look, that's a big first round to kick things off. 5-2. Like I mentioned, this kind of sets the tempo. And PSG are really going to be under pressure, and they don't have a timeout. Fabian's already used that. This is all them.
Five rounds to 2. PSG have to problem solve on their own now. And we've already seen what happens to this team when things don't go their way. They're not always the best at stabilizing and dragging themselves back into the match. Sometimes they do just crumble a little bit, and we've seen it. We saw it against Weebl. We saw it against D+. When things go their way, they look like the best team in the world, and then you remember, hang on a minute, we're watching Korea. When things don't go their way, it can be very damning indeed. Good Boy, great first pick over onto Ryder. Nice angle being held there. And the Boss G doing what it does best.
Well, they're still going to try and full stand in with the blitz, but hey, they're down 2 men already, Ollie, with inside the first minute. It's the 2 universal operators, the Lion and the Dokkaebi, who will send out those information signals over to the defenders. No longer going to be there, and just down to Blitz and Habana. These 2 have been pushing in from labs the entire time. These soldiers here, and as long as FearX can just double up and play the buddy system, Ollie, should have no worries. And yep, down goes the Blitz's buddy, and Soldier has all to do. Goes to the pistol swings. FearX know they have him exactly where they want him. Not wanting to move. Just don't give away the 1v1s. Play together, that's all I'll say. We see what Nova was able to do. He'll get spotted out. The Boss G looking to rip his head off. A minute left. Like, I mean, look at him. He's in the shark tank, isn't he?
Yeah.
Just
I mean, there's nothing that
him.
he can do. There really is nothing he can do. But look at how well FearX are playing this. Yeah. This is so easily losable.
Look at the difference. Look at the difference between the 2 teams. We had this exact same situation.
Composure.
Nova got a quad from it. And look at this.
So much composure right now. It's on the Blitz to make the moves. And on Good Boy to hit his shots. Come on. You've had a couple of chances now. There it is. Rain eventually going to end the suffering. Soldier finally taken out. It was really only a matter of time. That catapults FearX onto map and series points here. This next round is for a spot on the Montreal Major. Oh boy. No one had this on the bingo card, did they? First of all, PSG Talon finding themselves in the lower bracket, then losing to Weebl, dropping down to the lower bracket of the LCQ, then storming all the way through into the grand final just to get 2-0'd by FearX. Boy, oh boy. What a story this is turning into, Demo.
Oh, dear. Feels like the Titanic, doesn't it? The iceberg, and there's just water everywhere, and they just can't stop it. I mean, FearX are just inevitable right now. Oh, dear.
Certainly a strange sequence of events. Fatigue possibly starting to set in now for Talon as well. For all of their first best of 3.
I think it's confidence.
I think it's a bit of everything. I think there's nerves that are playing into the into the mixture.
Yeah. Pressure's got to them.
The pressure's got to them. Obviously, we've mentioned that SI's basically on the line for him here as well. So they're not only just playing for the major, but they're playing for the next big event. Well, the next event as well after that. And of course, the event that everyone wants to be at. It's SI, for goodness sake. It's the biggest event in our calendar year.
So many upsets in APAC. Like, APAC region's just been filtered with it. You know, the Oceanic favorites don't win. The Southeast Asia favorites don't win. The Korean favorites on the cusp of not winning. I mean, Scars, fair play to them. They're the only ones who, we're supposed to win, and we did. Scars may be the only APAC team, by the way. If results go either which way, it could be only Scars representing this region at SI.
Yeah. Well, the wider region, I think it is worth clarifying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, FearX, all they got to do is hold on for 2 minutes. PSG Talon, they don't want to leave anything on the table here. They want to get everything out there in the server and give this their best shot. It's still doable. We've seen reverse upsets before. But it just feels a bit unlikely right now. They are taking the time, and I think this is where some of the pressure starts to come in, Demo. Often these later rounds in a series do tend to take a little bit longer to materialize and get going.
Yeah, feels really slow. Obviously, they have the blitz. Gonna try and force in again. These mirror windows may cause some issues. They will just simply flash him off it, though. Is it gonna be enough? The Dokkaebi call is in, and yes, it is. It's a great job from Ryder to disable not only the mirror window, but also pick up the kill onto the mirror. And PSG actually come out of this top floor push with a man advantage against the Warden, though.
Oh, what a play.
Oh.
Gotti. It's gonna be there for the trade. He should be able to revive Misa as well. I honestly thought that Rain had made a live play there, but it could still be on for Mephi right now. Don't forget, Misa's been downed. Down to Yas. The shotgun at close range is inevitable. Mephi finds the final kill. FearX, They take the series in 2 against PSG Talon. They stormed through Chalet. They dominated on Lair. And they're going to Montreal.
My, oh my. What a series. I mean, the first map you thought, okay, we're in for a wild ride, but we go to Lair. This was the question mark. What PSG was going to show up today? Was it the one that we seen dominate D+? Or is it going to be the team that got dominated by D+? I think the latter has came into fruition. All credit to FearX. A scrappy team by all accounts. They played some great Siege. I think today they were exceptional in their attacks. They understand the meta Ollie, which I think is the main thing. They've got great shield players, which is going to be a must if this team wants to do something in Montreal. If they want to get the SI, they need like a top 8 finish, I believe. Something's close to that anyway. They need to make it out of phase 1, which is where they will enter in from. And if they can play the shields as well as what they have today, a lot of teams in a lot of different regions will struggle to break this team down.
Well, they have to worry about those SI points later. They can start preparing for Montreal. First, it is time to start celebrating because they do make it to that match. So massive congratulations to FearX too for absolutely blowing us away as well with the way they won the series here in a 2-0. Super dominating, super deserved in the end as well. And we had a lot of question marks, I guess, going in the lair specifically, how these teams would do on that map, given their recent results. And I think even on the attack, the way FearX started, it just seemed like it would have been even more of an uphill battle for PSG to try and come back from that.
Yeah, I think, you know, you look at the two maps in isolation of each other, and you look at PSG Talon. They took a very early lead on Chalet. FearX, it didn't phase them at all. They very quickly brought it back to evens after the side swap and then went on to dominate from there. And it was a close game. You know, it was by no means, you know, a runaway. FearX just had more adaptation on those defending rounds inside of overtime. It was very different over on Lair. And I think that FearX got a good advantage early on and kind of just ran with that same momentum that they'd already built up over on Chalet. And they were able to further, you know, execute their attacks and their style of play that they like to bring in this current meta. It was very good to watch. It was very clear why they chose Lair against Talon, because Talon were a little bit too deep rooted in, you know, their own ideas and not so willing to react or even have an ability to react to some of the pushes that FearX were bringing.
Yeah, I think the game plan today from PSG, it just wasn't set up for the fast pushes, which is surprising because it's an area that we said D+ exposed against them. You know, D+ were able to maneuver in, use that Brazilian flair, that little bit of aggression, and it just kind of shut down PSG in that grand final last week. You now look at it from this perspective. FearX have done a fairly similar job as well. You know, D+ and FearX seem to be playing, you know, pretty even Siege. And to see PSG not learn from those mistakes again, it is quite disappointing.
It is, but we should be super happy for FearX. I mean, going back to the deciders, they lost to D+, the eventual major goers, and now they get their own revenge against PSG here to qualify to the major. They keep their SI hopes and dreams alive as well in that way, so super deserving for them. And this is what our day looked like. I can't believe we went through such a fast day once again. Yesterday we had two 2-0s. Today we've got a super fast best of 1, and again, two 2-0s were, especially after that second game, Ollie, I'm not sure if you agree with me, but it really felt like PSG were gonna just storm even through FearX today. But we're taking a look at our final bracket here, and it did not happen.
Yeah, you almost wonder if they overheated a little bit. I think the pressure of the day definitely got to them. They were playing for more than a spot at the major today. They were playing for a chance at SI, and that is now a very distant possibility. So, you know, the pressure was always going to be there for PSG today, and they put themselves in this position. Look how quickly and how easily they beat Weebl in our lower bracket final, and then cast your eyes up to the top of the screen where they lost to Weebl 7-3. If they'd have won that game, this would have looked like a very different bracket. We very may well have done, still ended up with FearX and PSG Talon in a final, but it would have been a lot messier to get there. You know, you better believe it. So the fact that PSG Talon were able to go through 6-0 in that lower bracket, yeah, great, fantastic. But you felt like they burnt out a little bit by the time they got up against FearX. And that was the team that they really needed to be fit and ready for.
Yeah, it's I know. I really thought the PSG Talon, you know, with the way that they played against Weebl, they were going to be ready for it. They were going to be up for the challenge. I think maybe it is the case if the nerves getting the better of them, because there is a lot of pressure. You know, Major's one thing, but SI as well is the all-important dream for so many players. You know, that team, they've made a major before. What's the step up from a major? Oh yeah, the World Championships. SI, that's next. There is still, I believe, an open qual spot will be coming for APAC. So there is that to look forward to as well. And you never know, PSG Talon could be going for that. But yeah, there could be teams like, you know, Bleed, Damon Gladiators, if they don't make SI as well, could be in the mix for that. So it could still be a really difficult challenge for them, because you're not only going up against the Korean sides again, but also other teams from around APAC.
Yeah, that will definitely be a difficult thing for them. At least for now, it is out of their hands. They have to watch all these teams at the Montreal Major compete and hope they don't do well, pray on their downfall to see that they don't make it above them in regards to the points. But guys, I think we got into here today saying, oh, you know, there's a clear favorite today. I think we can tell who's gonna win. We were already talking about gambling our channel points. And then it turned out not to be the case how we thought it was going to be. And I think for you two as well, this concludes the Korea, but unsure if you two have anything left for this stage, but any closing out thoughts on this and everything that went down in Korea here?
I think it's really opened my eyes a little bit, Anne. Me and Demo we've pretty much covered the full stage of Korea at this point, and you know, there's been ups and downs. Let's not make any bones about it. But overall, it's one of those regions where the gap between the top and the bottom is quite big, you know, and we can say that now. You know, you can go back and just clearly look at previous results, and the information will tell you that the gap is quite large. Now, things that teams like D+ and FearX do quite well is that they're able to separate themselves from the bunch, and Talon did that as well to a degree. But we were always going to be in this position where we had 3 top teams that we kept talking about throughout the stage and only 2 spots to give away. Now, I wouldn't have said that it would be Talon that would miss out on that, and I don't think that Demo would either, but equally I wouldn't be able to choose which team it was that missed, because it would genuinely come down to performance on the day. And you look at Talon, and they have dipped in performance at the worst possible time in the entire stage, and ultimately it's led us to this outcome.
I think this region, whenever it's been good, it's been really good. Whenever it's been bad, pretty bad, guys. There's been a few times where I've stared at the bleach bottle thinking, do my eyes need this? You know, do the eyes need bleached after watching some of the plays? But then there's sometimes I walk away and I think, you know, especially PSG. I think PSG have probably had some of the best attacks that we've seen. You know, you sit there and you watch it, just how easy they make it look, how simple the attacks are and the base of things. I mean, those are attacks that you'll see every, you know, Tom, Dick, and Harry do inside of ranked. You know, they're very typical attacks. But the way that they do them to such a high level, I think makes it so fun to watch. But then you have the likes of D+ and FearX. We've got Brazil inside of Korea. Let's make no doubts about it. You've seen that influence, you've seen that impact, and that region's developing. Mir Gaming, I have to give a shout out. They're the team who we said maybe could challenge in. I think they've made a really good case for themselves. I think it shows that the imports work. And Mir Gaming, obviously, they're going to be finishing 4th place during the stage. Not obviously what they wanted. They would have really wanted an opportunity to at least play in the grand final for a spot for the major, but not to be this stage. But I think those guys over there need to hold themselves up high. But we'll just see how this region keeps on developing.
I can only agree. I mean, it's been great to see what a team like Mir can do on the rise here in Korea League. We've had our Titans absolutely go up against each other as well, with the 2 historic Titans coming out victorious as per usual. But that's one thing I like about Korea as well, right? I mean, even it shows again today, it is so difficult to predict what is going to happen with this region, who comes out on top. And I think back about that game that we saw yesterday, and you were here for that one as well, Demo, the second map of Mir and PSG, where it was just absolutely going back and forth, and there were so many clutches, and it's peak Siege in my opinion. Maybe people will say like, oh, you know, Korea isn't one of the best regions, but it sure as hell is entertaining to watch. And that's something that we do come back for to Korea, of course. So it's unfortunate that it's ending here, but we, of course, are going to see what our teams can do at the major, what they can do on the international stage with all of the kind of influences that they've got from all these different regions. So a big thank you to you two, because you've been here for the majority of the stage. So it was always a pleasure to listen to you. Thank you very much. A thank you to the Twitch chat as well for being here here with us, spreading the positive vibes. And a big thank you to production as well for the smooth show as always. This will conclude it for us here in South Korea Stage 2. We thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again.